Okay, did that work? I think it did. We're good to go there. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen here. Present, share screen, GART 8 Saturday. Get that pulled up. I got to go exclusive on Rumble. There we go there. Okay. I'm just going to let this play through from this point. There's like 6 hours. There might even be a break in there. I don't remember. But I'm going to be, I don't know, back and forth. If something goes wrong with the stream, if somebody wants to like tag me on Twitter or send me a message or something, let me know. But I'm not going to be like sitting here for 5 hours watching this. I'm going to be going and hanging out with other people down here in Florida. But again, we just have to get the 5 hours in order to qualify for the creator program. And that's been a help in funding Badlands and the creators. We put it into our rev share pool. So I'm going to do that right now. And you guys enjoy the stream here. Let's play live.
The Badlands, what are the Badlands? Explain those Badlands. That's a hell of a name.
Good morning. Good morning, Badlanders. If you would stand with me, we're going to say the pledge, and then I'm going to, I hope you're warming up your vocals. We're going to sing the national anthem together. Introduce myself. My name is Dave. Dave Costanzo. My wife and I live in Washington State. We are part of a local Patriots group there called Patriots United. And I think we're making an impact. Talking to Seth Keschel recently, and Washington State, he thinks is ground zero. And so Olympia, our capital, folks up there are pedal to the metal, woke liberalism. So they are trying to hang on, but we pray and we get ourselves involved, and we are trusting what the Lord is doing right now, right? So let's say the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag. Represents so much, and then we'll sing the national anthem. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Let's keep facing the flag as we sing our wonderful anthem. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Amen. Amen to that. Briefly, I just want to say a few words. I actually have my Bible app open and ready to go. It's developed its own little history. When is affliction good? When is affliction and trials good? We spent so much of our lives trying to avoid pain, don't we? I mean, it's natural. Deaths of family members, broken relationships, car accidents, flat tires when you need to be somewhere quickly. The dreams of a young athlete training all his life to do something important with his life, and he rips out his Achilles, or, you know, we're all familiar with that type of thing. I understand that we had somebody that was ill yesterday and went to the hospital. I hope that individual is okay. So in Psalm 119, I'm used to having a podium, you know. It is good for me that I was afflicted, that I might learn your statutes. Why? The law of your mouth is better to me than thousands of gold and silver pieces. That's quite a statement. It's a vivid reminder that, you know, the shiny precious stuff can tank. I don't believe it is. The shiny car that we worked so hard for that costs us $130,000 could be stolen. But what can't be stolen is our relationship with the Lord. Some of you know the past 28 months, I've had some serious health problems. But I'm here, I'm strong, I'm praising Him, living life. I know others of you have as well. In James, remember James? The one who insisted in seeing the risen Christ. He wouldn't believe his fellow disciples. He wouldn't believe the ladies that found the empty tomb. You're right. Thomas. James thought that way too. I think they all were. You guys corrected me. James 1. Consider it all joy, my brothers, when you encounter various trials, knowing that the testing of your faith produces endurance. And let endurance have its perfect result, that you may be complete and lacking in nothing. Amen to that. Let's just briefly go to the Lord in prayer. Father, I thank you for these folks who corrected me. Truth is truth. We can't change that. Father, when life becomes a shattered dream, when it slips through our trembling hands, Father, We know that you're there. We know that you allow trials for our good and ultimately, Father, for your glory. Our nation has been through this travail, this difficult time, and we know it's been systemic for a long time. We know, Father, that you have, in your sovereignty, throughout the millennia, have provided reprieves for your people, for your glory, for our good. And Father, we see this happening now. We see our involvement as part of your purpose. We see how you have awakened many, Father, spiritually, as we've had to go to you, Father, knowing that we had nowhere else to go. Father, we're grateful for Badlands. We're grateful for the leadership, for John and so many other of our podcaster, our influencer friends, and they are friends, and we are friends. We're a community, Father, that you have assembled to do this task. Many thought impossible, but Father, we look to you for strength. We look to you for wisdom today. We are grateful for your love and mercy in our lives, and we look forward to a wonderful day. We ask this in the Lord Jesus Christ's name. Amen.
Good morning, everybody. As usual, the Saturday morning crowd is a little bit thinner than the Friday crowd. How many of you guys went out to the pubs last night? Thank you, Ty. There was a pretty good party last night. I don't know if you got the video ready.
This is how we do it. This is how we do it. This is how we do it.
I'm actually surprised Alpha made it this morning. Yeah, it was kind of weird. It was a weird night last night. Raise your left arm if you went to the ER yesterday. I'm just kidding, Lauren. I'm just kidding, Lauren. Lauren, a sweet lady back there. She fell, but she's such a sweetheart. And where's Brian at too? Brian, was Brian out last night too? Okay, never mind. We'll give him a shout out later. Anyway, this first panel today is going to be a fun one because at both points, both of these guys at some point in Badlands, I thought they were feds. And I think by the time we're done with this panel, we may have an answer of which one is the Fed. So good luck, boys.
I saw yesterday that CIA is laying off another 1,200 people, so we're going to be out of a job soon. All right, so I'll begin with my thoughts on this. Since Alpha and I are both passionate and knowledgeable about the idea of infiltration and psyops within the truth movement, that's what we're going to discuss here today, and I have some opening thoughts. So we know very well that this is something that's been plaguing, I guess, the truth disclosure movement for even before the internet for decades. This has been a problem, and especially in the realm of social media, now that social media has become such a prominent source of citizen journalists and people to share truth, it's the main battlefield these days. We know we're in an information war, and it makes complete sense that the deep state, the powers that be, they would be expending more resources into controlling the narratives on social media and alternative media than in the mainstream media. The mainstream media is people that believe the MSM these days, they're sucked into it. There's no more energy they really need to expend to continue brainwashing the people that still believe CNN. And those people aren't necessarily a threat because they believe the establishment lies. The people who are a threat to the powers that be are those that are on Twitter, Telegram, Rumble. So it would make complete sense that that's where the deep state are going to be expending their resources to control the information war. And they use the exact same tactics as the mainstream media. You know, it's not necessarily pointing at figures, talking heads within the mainstream media or alternative media to point out who the liar is. It's more important to figure out the tactics they're using. And it's the same tactics, whether it's mainstream media or alternative media. They use repetition. They use virtue signaling. They use astroturfing campaigns to make it look like there's more people that believe narrative than there actually are. So you see the fake polls that come out in the mainstream media, especially the last week, tons of fake polls about Trump, but you have the fake astroturfing campaigns for Democrat politicians as well to make it look like more people vote for them than really do. Same thing in the alternative media. You get bots, fake likes, fake views, fake engagement to prop up new individuals that come out of the woodwork, get them 1 million followers, and then it looks like they're more influential than they actually are. So it's the same tactics amongst both. And over time, I've been doing this about 8.5 years now. At the beginning, I was probably a little paranoid. I would look all over the place and go shill, 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 shill. And over time, I've come to the realization that there's less knowing deceivers, less actual shills. I think we throw that word around far too much, the word shill. There's less of them and more useful idiots amongst social media. It's kind of how I view the world too. There's less actual evil people in the world, just more misled people, more people who buy the lies and then unknowingly promote it. They have a good heart, they just don't have a very good brain, so they promote the lies. And these days, I do still think there's definitely paid for influencers, actual shills amongst truth, disclosure, patriot, UFO, whatever movement. But there's a lot more just kind of useful idiots being irresponsible with their platforms. And I try to give them grace as much as I can because they have a good heart. They're trying to do a good service by using their platform to share truth. That's just this whole wild west of citizen journalism. It takes a lot of honing discernment. It takes a lot of kind of becoming accustomed to how everything operates. And it takes years to kind of understand and gather how to report properly and report without bias. And, lately there's been, in my opinion, you still see like the Nazara quantum financial system nonsense promoted around, but also these weird people just going through mental gymnastics with their QD codes and just wasting a lot of time on things that I don't think are necessarily all that helpful nor effective for helping to wake up or actually bring society forward. And we need to be careful of this idea of unity. Of course, we all need to unify against evil and the deep state, evil in our society. But oftentimes, and I experienced this a lot in my UFO days when I was going through a lot of those conferences years back, it's kind of this new age narcissism where they try to force you to we're on the same team, so don't criticize me, right? Don't be negative. We need unity, even though they're just promoting nonsense garbage and misleading their followers. Maybe they're doing it knowingly, maybe they're doing it not knowingly, but regardless, they're being completely irresponsible with their platforms. And then if you dare criticize them, they say, oh, we need to unify. It's this pseudo-unity whereby they just want to stifle dissent and they don't want any kind of criticism. Even if it's constructive, respectful criticism, they don't want any of that against them. And due to the nature of the internet, deal with it. There's going to be criticism. If you're going to get into this industry, you're going to have to deal with that. And then the last thought I have here is we're all here to seek truth, right? Truth movement. We're trying to find that. But us being the little human beings we are, we're most of the conspiracy theories that we're researching, they're just educated guesses. At the end of the day, with us being humble little humans here, some of these things we're not going to find the truth about. We might not even be able to find the truth about. We might never actually find the absolute capital T truth about whatever subject. We just have educated guesses. We're just doing the best we can to find what really may be from our narrow perspectives. So there's this idea of performance-based training versus outcome-based training. And this is often taught in athletics. It's taught within military training. It's the idea that the performance is more important than the outcome. So for instance, the outcome of scoring a goal, if you're so focused on scoring a goal rather than the process by which you get that goal scored, if you focus on the performance, the goals are going to come. rather than focusing so much on the outcome. Or if you're trying to shoot the target, instead of focusing so much on shooting the target, what's the process by which you draw the pistol, present it, and go through the motions? The performance is more important than the outcome. So rather than the outcome of, well, what's the truth? I'm so obsessed on finding the truth. What's the process by which we go through our thoughts, our critical thinking, our discernment to find that truth? Honing that critical thinking is more important than finding that truth and have it presented on your lap. Oh, I found this influencer that's just going to give me the truth. Well, are you so sure? I think it's more important to focus on the performance of honing those critical thinking skills and that discernment rather than finding the truth that we might not actually ever really be able to find. We just have an educated guess. We have this evidence that shows us, well, this might be the case, but it might not be. So the performance-based thinking or performance-based process by which we try to find the truth, I think that's more important to focus on than the actual outcome of having that truth, because there's some things we might just never know. And I think we need to become accustomed to that, be comfortable in the fact that there might not be some things we ever know. We don't have the ability to know the truth about it. We just have a guess. So I think that's where I'm going to finish. What are your thoughts, brother?
Well, one, I'm glad we're on the same page for a lot of things. When we hear fifth generation warfare, when we hear the conversation surrounding infiltration, a lot of us are like, well, it's 2025. We've known about 5G warfare, for quite some years now, when the general came out with the book, and we know about infiltration. But we've also kind of been regurgitating the foundation of understanding fifth generation warfare. Non-kinetic, it's ideological, it's psyops, it's information, it's the battle for the cognitive battlefield. But I think this conversation is important today because it's also understanding, well, how has it evolved? Because if the enemy knows that you're now aware of the way this information psychological warfare operates, it means they're going to shift. They're going to make some adjustments to it. And are the modern day conversations we're having addressing that? And one of the things that you touched on is it's this rebranding of the Mockingbird media. The mainstream media just didn't give up and say, well, we've lost our audience, so I guess we're losing the ability to control how people think. They said, well, where is the audience going? Which gets us into the infiltration. They went to alt media, they went to podcasts, they went to social media, they went to Substacks. So in all this information, like what Jordan was talking about, the process, the pursuit to get that truth, they've plugged in operatives and because you gotta remember, propaganda has to have truth to it, because if it doesn't, your discernment will pick up on it and you're not going to believe it. So it's weighing how much of this information is true and how much of it is the psychological operation. And one of the things that I've seen, and I've gotten a lot of pushback and hate on this one on social media, is there's all these new classifications of the pill, the red pill, the great awakening that we all know about. I consider it the most dangerous one. But you have the black pill, you have the white pill, you have the light pill. And where I would tell people is, I'm not telling people not to go into those conversations, but understand the concept that can come out of that if people don't understand. And what I've seen on social media is this kind of going back to like what the Bolsheviks do, just wait, we got this, the Operation Trust. And that modern operation is unfolding right now on social media. It's unfolding on podcasts, on alt media of, hey, everything's good. You just sit back and wait, or I know a lot of people love it, but it's the misunderstanding of trust the plan. And I see it a lot on social media where, we don't want to push fear porn, but awareness is also a skill that we need in this battlefield. And when you start to get too relaxed, and this is how they've evolved their 5G warfare against us. They've gone to the point where it almost seems like a large portion of our community is happy with the idea that somebody else is fighting for them. And I think that becomes very dangerous, because if there is, and I truly do believe that there are, operations that are taking place to help us, but I believe that one of the fundamentals of this operation is group participation. That when they deliver, because there's bad SOPs and good SOPs, and when they deliver these operations, they do so with, whether it's through artificial intelligence, through its human experience, or a combination of both. They understand that there's going to be this kind of reaction. These different targeted groups are going to react like this. This action group's going to react like this. But if the bad guys, the global elite, the cabal, if they plug people into our communities that say, yes, you're seeing all this, but don't worry, just watch and it's all being taken care of for you, well, then you can see how this operation starts to get rug pulled, because it's completely dependent upon our own interaction and our own involvement. And the light pill, which is one that I took a lot of heat for these past week and a half, there's a lot of people that are like, hey, Trump's president now, we're getting people into the positions we like, and because there's great things. Trump has just been, doing great things in these 100 days. Congress, another story, but Trump and his team, they have been kicking ass. And a lot of people are pushing the idea of, we're kind of getting back into this normal lifestyle, and it couldn't be anything further from the truth. That the greatest war going on right now is the one we can't see. And we have to understand that while we don't want to push fear porn and panic, we also can't allow ourselves to become victims of our own beliefs that, hey, we're going to win, we're going to win, we're going to win, because this goes back into what Jordan was talking about, that process. If we're so focused on that outcome and we start to negate the process, then we can lose. This entire operation can collapse. And so I would say my opening thoughts would kind of be right there, brother.
There's been a ton of demoralization I've seen, especially over the last few weeks. Some particular influencers who used to be maybe super positive, super pro-Trump and MAGA and all that, they've just completely turned for whatever reason. But they've turned into, arrests aren't happening fast enough. This isn't happening fast enough. I expected all of this. And that demoralization is, I think, in large part coordinated. And they might be roping in some people who are just negative Nancy's and upset that things aren't happening on their particular timeline. We don't know exactly what's going on at the highest levels or behind the scenes or whatever the case. So it becomes a problem where they're trying to rope people into their negative thinking in, why hasn't the Epstein clients been arrested yet? Or, oh my gosh, why would Trump choose Pam Bondi? Or these variety of thought processes. And I mean, I've got no idea what Trump's thinking or what his true plans are, what's going on behind the scenes. So I'm not going to place some judgment and be upset that things aren't happening on my personal preferred timeline.
Let me say something about that real quick, because that's been such a powerful, one of the operations on social media is this attack. They got to evolve their 5G warfare. They saw that every time they came after Trump directly, it gained him more power. So they realized, well, we cannot attack him no more because that always backfires. So what they've done is we got to attack his foundation, Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, RFK Jr., go after all of them, because if you can subvert his support team, well, then you're going to collapse him. And so just understand that there's been an infiltration into MAGA. There's been an infiltration into America First. And that's why I've been telling so many people over the last year, some of the people that you love the most are going to break your heart, because they came into this movement to develop rapport, to develop your trust, so that when they got that script, that now it's time to flip the switch, go after Bondi, go after Kash Patel, go after Bongino. When it's time to flip it, they don't have to impact all of their audience. If they got a 500,000 people, and I mean, statistically, they're probably going to affect 10 to 15% of them. Now you multiply that by the hundreds of operators that are out there, you can see how that can affect the movement. So to the Epstein files and the arrests, because I've been trying to put some perspective to this, because a lot of people are like, well, look how fast they arrested you guys.
We're lucky Epstein got arrested in the first place.
100%.
I mean, that never would have happened if Hillary won in 2016.
100%.
So just put that into perspective.
Absolutely. But people got to understand too, when they arrested us, they did it unethically. They did it illegally. They planted evidence. There was no evidence in a lot of cases. We can't operate that. You don't want to replace tyranny with a different tyranny just because you're from that side. So, when I look at the investigations that I did, and I kind of look at what we'll just look at one Epstein case, with one victim. Something like that would take us months to put together. And that's without people trying to hide evidence. That's without people, trying to, kill witnesses. So understand that the magnitude of what we're asking for in these arrests, and then you got to think logically, if they're doing, and I assume they're doing RICO-style investigations, these are things that take a very long time. And it goes back to, the process here. The arrest, that's not what's most important. It's the conviction. And if you're sloppy getting into the arrest, you'll never get the conviction, and then they ultimately walk away.
Who remembers about a month ago when there was this drama fest on social media of people trying to paint RFK Jr. as being blackmailed by Israel? And that was so weird to me, because RFK, maybe aside from Elon, RFK has probably been the most active person in Trump's cabinet in his position. So we can go down. I can't even name all the things off the top of my head that RFK has done, recommending CDC stop fluoride, investigating causes of autism, banning the food colorings, investigating baby formulas, food produce. I mean, he's done so many amazing things against big pharma and big ag. And yet we had this contingent of this network of all of these influencers who have a particular slant against Israel and Judaism. And they try to use that slant to then claim, oh, Israel has sex tapes on RFK and all this sort of stuff. And then I haven't heard a lick about that since they pushed that a few weeks ago. So, and a lot of these influencers have kind of come out of the woodwork over the past couple of years. Questionable to me. But also some thoughts that came to my mind when Alpha was speaking. Kash Patel, RFK Jr., Elon, Trump, they're all humans too. They're not perfect individuals. Ooh, a Kennedy with a sex tape. Color me shocked. But at the end of the day, if they're not like genuinely psychopathic evil people, maybe they have a few ego hang-ups and some shadows they're working with. But if they genuinely want society to get better, America to get better, to expose corruption and bring truth and justice forward, I think we need to extend them some grace and be patient. We're only how many months into Trump's presidency, and a lot of these people were just nominated a couple of months ago. Like, these things are going to take time. And it's mind-blowing to me that some people are so, obsessed with their own personal goals that they just get upset. And but I do think a lot of this demoralization is coming from deeper agency groups to purposefully water down the movement. But in that same vein, not only seeing people as human, it's also important amongst the alternative media landscape as well, because I don't think there's quite as many shills out there as maybe we might believe sometimes. But some of these people that might be promoting disinformation or using their platforms irresponsibly, again, I used to just be angry at everybody. And props to Alpha. He's great at just being the cool guy who's cool with everybody. I'm the bastard who just, when I see red flags in somebody, I'll just, this son of a bitch, and I'll post about him on the internet. So two different tactics of, I guess, exposing infiltration here. But his style makes him more friends. Mine doesn't. But over the years, I've tried to learn to give some of these influencers grace. But at the same time, if I see all these red flags start to pile up, and if I see them just promoting pure disinformation or using their platforms irresponsibly, then I feel at least the need to take a step and call out their narratives. Now, a lot of time, they take it very personally. Like, how dare you say these things about me? And I didn't say this about you. I said it about what you said, your claims, right? So I don't know. Maybe society needs some better reading comprehension or better understanding of verbal comprehension too, because there gets to be a lot of straw manning and misunderstanding of what people say and the way they say it. But at the end of the day, it comes down to our emotions. And the way that, whether it's mainstream media propaganda, alternative media propaganda, the way that they rope people in is through emotions. And it becomes very dangerous. You know, you have to, a lot of the times, I might call out something a particular individual said. Like, for instance, James O'Keefe, right? The other day, he uploaded a video that to me was a little cringy, very theatrical. He had his, you know, not going to be suicided. And then there was that second camera angle of like the crotch shot and he walks away. It was really weird. But people have been asking me about that. I'm like, no, I respect James O'Keefe. I think he's doing a very good job. I love the work he's doing. It's just, to me, that video was a little weird. But I understand that he's a theater boy. So, and he likes entertainment. He likes to DJ and these sorts of things. So it's the style he's going to conduct a lot of his content in. Not my kind of style. But I don't think James O'Keefe. Now, I mentioned that on social media. I'm like, this video is a little weird. And everybody took it the wrong way. And they thought I was attacking James O'Keefe, which I wasn't at all. I was just saying that video is a little kind of over the top, especially for the subject matter. But so there needs to be just this understanding of you're not necessarily throwing an individual under the bus by criticizing their narratives or their style. You really just have to focus on the words and the behavior as well. So
I've picked some bad friends. I get the DMs. You know, there's a rhyme and a reason for everything I do. I think most people have noticed that. You brought up some good points. Like I said, understanding fifth generation warfare, and you know, this device that we have with us more than any other thing that we carry, right? More than our Bible, unfortunately. Although you could download one, have it in your phone as well. But they know that in order to sell you a psyop, to sell you information, to seed these new thoughts into you, they got to put it where they got to put it in a place where they know you're going to be, the ambush, if we're thinking like military strategy. And so I did an article about a week ago, maybe a little bit less, on this entire social media thing's design was to make you addicted. They actually brought in psychologists and people that help design casinos to help design these platforms to make us addicted to it. One of the easiest things to talk about is the endless scroll. And what they've done is they figure out how the mind works, how we need to get this dopamine hit. And when you're scrolling, I mean, you guys can raise hands if you want. If you don't want to put yourself out there, you don't have to. But how many times have you been scrolling and you're just like, why am I still doing this? I got shit to do right now. Whether it's laundry, go put gas in the car, got to get ready to take the kids to school. There's a meeting that's going to be starting here pretty soon. There's a list of things I need to do, and why can't I just stop? And it's because they've created it and designed it that way. And one of the things is FOMO, the fear of missing out. If I stop scrolling now, I'm going to miss that next news thing that's going to break, and I'm going to be behind. So them understanding this addiction or creating it to make this addiction, so this way it would help facilitate the false information that they're putting out there. And so now the good guys know that this is also happening, so they're going to put that information out there. So just think about, you know, am I on social media right now because I'm trying to reach the mission, which is the truth? Or am I on social media right now because this device has captured me and now I'm just blindly going through information? Because if that's the case, then you need to turn it off, step away, and do something different and break that chain of that addiction that you have right there. It's unavoidable. This is the information war. So I'm not by any means telling people turn off your social media, because we need you guys in the fight. But just be aware of how it's been weaponized against you, using things like dopamine to get you. And what they've done is they've programmed, and this is where you get into, or what you talk about with the useful idiots. There are obviously the ones that are on there that are operatives. They have a script, they have a narrative, and they're going to do it. But through this addiction, they've also showed us what gets a response, what gets interactions. They control the algorithms. They control the trending words. They control the hashtags. And so you can go in there and you can do a really great article, a really great post, but if it doesn't meet the algorithm, what they want, you know, the racial wars, the religious wars, you know, the anti-Trump stuff, it's going to have suppression to it. And so what happens is you start to recognize, well, this only got 30, 40 likes, but when I posted that post over there was 2,000 likes and a lot of interaction. So what ends up happening is you start to adjust the way you do your content based on the exposure that it's getting. So in other words, they're controlling you through this tactic, and they're not even using anybody. They're just using tech. They're using algorithms. So just understand that don't base your information on the numbers necessarily. Just put it out there, because people are seeing stuff and it's just not recording it. A lot of the numbers and stats that you're seeing are completely artificial. So we just got to do our job, know that that manipulation exists, but keep pushing the content, especially with verbal conversations. If you guys are on X, get in these spaces. You know, it's hard to measure those through numbers, but you'll measure it through when you go into another space and you're like, they're talking about Operation Gladio, or they're talking about this. That's evidence that if you go to social media and you looked up Operation Gladio, it's not going to have magnificent numbers behind it. But if you go into these virtual town halls, you'll see that it's a very prominent conversation. So just consider that, you know, when you guys are trying to put your truth out there.
Yeah, the addiction to information can be a problem too. You're mindlessly scrolling Twitter. I've got to find the next thing. I got to know what's going on. I got to know what's going on. And it gets to a point where you can't even discern because you have so much information saturation in your brain that, you know, there's this balance between consumption and production. And for the information consumer, if you're consuming so much and you don't take a break and allow your brain to kind of ruminate on the information and the ideas, you're going to be very easily suggestible and easily manipulated because you're just scrolling through and you're reading that information. It's hitting your subconscious, but you're not taking the time to meditate, go for a walk, get away from the information to ruminate on it and discern through it. So that addiction to information is a problem. You know, these social media platforms, they're a blessing and a curse, and they're just tools, and you can use the tool wisely or not. And aside from that, I think we really need to be careful about virtue signaling. We know the left does it. You know, we've got to push DEI for human rights and inclusion or climate change, save the planet, all kinds of virtue signaling nonsense from the left. But within I hate to have the dualistic thinking, but in the right or in the truth or disclosure movements, there's a lot of virtue signaling based around spirituality and religion. And I saw this a lot going through the kind of UFO New Agey conferences, ton of, I mentioned New Age narcissism earlier, but that sort of idea where they're putting Rumi quotes out or they love their spiritual memes and propping themselves up to be this sort of guru and pulling on your heartstrings with these spiritual ideas. But the same goes with, you know, within the more kind of conservative patriot niche with religion. And I remember back in 2021 when Lynn Wood bust on the scene and a lot of people were following him and he was roping people in with posting Bible quotes all the time. And Lynn Wood went and just turned into a raging asshat. So that's one way that some of these, at least within the conservative MAGA spectrum, some of these knowing shills will try to draw people in and pull on their heartstrings is through spirituality and religion. So that's something we need to be really careful about. I like watching the videos of a former CIA agent. Her name's Susan Lindauer, and she lectures on body language. She's a really good body language expert. So if you want to learn about how to read body language, she's a really good watch on YouTube, Susan Lindauer. But she was saying that during her CIA training, some of her higher ups that were training her specifically said, yep, that's how we tend to rope people in and manipulate them is through religion. Now, I'm not anti-religious by any means. There's a lot of fantastic aspects about it, but that's just something to be mindful of, is the way you can get manipulated with sort of spiritual virtue signaling amongst social media. So I'm not really so concerned about the Bible quotes or spiritual quotes or memes that somebody posts. I'm more interested in behavior and consistency over time. Like if you're trying to vet an influencer or vet a content creator on the internet, all the time I hear people say, I like that person. Well, it's not about you liking them. We're searching for truth. We're searching for information. There's tons of people I follow on the internet. I really don't like them. I think they're kind of arrogant. I would not go and hang out with them for a day and have a beer with them. But I follow them and I respect them because they put great information out about a particular subject. So, we kind of have to remove our emotions from the mix if we're trying to find truth. Now, if we're following an influencer just to be entertained or because you connect with them, then yeah, by all means, have an emotional tie with them, but be careful with that. Because as Alpha was saying earlier, be careful meeting your heroes. So we really need to focus on separating, at least in the truth acquisition process and trying to find information. We need to separate those emotions or our likes from trying to educate ourselves.
Well, and here's the other thing too. They didn't just infiltrate social media. They've infiltrated the schools. They've infiltrated the churches. We saw this stuff. So, we can't just blindly go into these different institutions and think that just because people are there in position of power, whether it's a teacher, a principal, a priest, a pastor, a bishop, that these people haven't been placed there at a very long time to accomplish misinformation, disinformation. Because listen, if I wanted to push a narrative, where's one place where people have that kind of level of trust in their leadership? The church. So if we all have our different churches we go to, and COVID was a good exposure on whether that church was something that really aligned with our belief systems, not just the law. The other thing that I'll talk about is the divide. A lot of people see things as, okay, well, this movement just wants to branch off this way. No, there still is an ongoing strategic attempt to divide this community. And it's something that's being done from within. And I like what you said, you can't be loyal to the person, you have to be loyal to the truth. When people show you who they are, believe them. That yes, people are going to make mistakes, but when people are constantly getting specific information, like about RFK Jr. wrong, I'll say Candace Owens and Ian Carroll, 100%. They came into this community, in lockstep with a lot of the same talking points. The same thing with Jake Shields, Dan Bilzerian, Nick Fuentes. A lot of these guys came in the same window and all started pushing the exact same content. That's orchestrated. Like, we've all been around long enough, but sometimes we like some of the stuff they're saying, so we want to kind of minimize the red flags that we're seeing. And I'm glad that you brought that up. When you see these red flags, yes, it's not the nail in the coffin, but it's an observation you have to make. Because later on, if that person flips a script and you have this filed back, you're like, nah, I saw this coming. We know what this is about. And you're going to see this accelerate, because the deep state absolutely knows Trump's administration is coming for them. By defunding Ned, by going after USAID, they know their ticket's getting punched. And so you're going to see people that you love are going to flip hard on President Trump, flip hard on this administration. They're going to flip hard on this community. And a lot of it's going to be done through things that you have strong loyalties to, whether it's religion, whether it's the Q movement. And the Q movement's a very strong one because they know how much people rely on that information. That thing has absolutely been infiltrated. So if the Q is something that you want to understand, study it yourself. I've one of the first things I ask people in spaces, whether they're pro-Q or anti-Q, I ask them, have you read the boards? And if the answer is no, then it's okay, well, then you are relying on someone's information to you. So if you want to know, study it yourself. Let your discernment and your own knowledge kind of walk you through that.
I mean, I was the first person on the internet that reported on Q. And my Twitter account's been linked a few times back years back by Q, but I'm of the belief these days that I think people are wasting too much time on it. And they're trying to go through these red string mental gymnastics decodes and probably spending hours a day going through these decodes on posts that happened 6 years ago, and the context just isn't there. And it's like, why are you wasting so much of this time? Is it really that effective? Is it really that effective at helping to wake up people to push society forward? Or is it just this circle jerk with friends who believe like you, and you're just desperate to make content on the internet? So you're looking for decodes and everything, but that's a different conversation. But
to that point though, there's a level of being awake. I think if we can look in our own community when people are, I'm awake. Well, at what level? Because what happens a lot of times is, and I think Q was phenomenal for the amount of people that it turned into, individual like citizen journalists and researchers and all that. It's great. But if you stay there, you're not growing. You're not ascending in this truth movement. And so what you need to ask yourself is, okay, I'm studying this, I'm talking about this, I'm explaining this, but what is that doing tangibly to move the mission of where this country wants to be? And I think it's just understanding, okay, it served its purpose for me, and now I need to do this next. And I think a lot of people get hung up on, well, there's a big community here, there's a large acceptance here, and it makes me feel good to stay here, and then it just ties them down and they don't advance.
There's a lot of people that are addicted to the nostalgic highs that they were feeling around 2018, 2019 in the thick of Q. So I think they're just still sort of stuck in those endorphins in that high they were getting back then, so they can't move on. And I think some of these content creators are kind of one-trick ponies. They don't have much else to talk about, so they're just constantly coming out with these decodes because they're trying to make content and get clicks and make their followers happy and all this. So it's I don't think it's, now if Q posts again and it's legitimate and verified, and by all means I'll start focusing on it again. But these days, I mean, there's so many other things to talk about and focus on and expose the truth about. Something that came to my mind a minute ago when you were speaking was message over messenger. We hear that phrase a lot, message over messenger. And kind of boiling that down, or philosophically, I think both are important, equally important in different regards. So the message is important no matter who's it coming from, but who it's coming from is also important because that's going to let you know if the message might be tainted or whatever. The purity of the message is purely coming from the messenger and who that might be as well. So for instance, say a news story comes out. Am I going to want to share the CNN article about it? Or am I going to want to share the One American News or Epic Times article about it? I'd probably rather share the Epic Times article, even if they're saying the same thing, because I want to use my platform responsibly and not lead people down down questionable paths with questionable influencers. This is a big issue I find with the whole UFO disclosure movement. Is I follow a lot of people that have a lot of good information amongst the UFO UAP movement, but I think a lot of these folks are very questionable, whether they're shills or useful idiots, I don't know, but I'm not comfortable promoting them or talking about them. So you can follow people. I follow a lot of folks who I think are purely controlled opposition for specific topics. But once they start talking about other things, I'm not going to listen to them about those other things. So don't run away from CNN. Don't run away from these shill or questionable accounts on the internet. It's very important to kind of see how their narratives are forming, or, that list of names you just mentioned a minute ago, the folks who are like bloodthirsty Jew haters. I have a list on Twitter and I follow all of them because I want to see what narratives they're coming out with next. I want to track exactly what they're trying to brainwash me with so I can be careful of that and notice where that might be springing up elsewhere. So, this is just something where you got to be really mindful, and, it kind of takes time. Again, consistency of the message, or if an influencer gets something wrong, that doesn't mean they're a shill. It's just the behavior of them in how they admit maybe they were wrong or got something misconstrued or whatever the case. So it's such murky waters we're kind of going through with all of this.
100%. Understanding those same that group of people that I listed. One of the things they do is they try to get everybody, to dial in on just one target, one enemy. This is the only existential threat that exists to the United States. And then they get a whole group of, whether it's bot accounts, SOC accounts, other PSYOP people that are on there that start pushing that. Meanwhile, you're not seeing that, well, you still have this issue over here, whether it's, be the CCP or whether it be Russia or whether it be Ukraine. Like, there are other threats, our border, the cartels, MS-13. There's a lot of people trying to minimize, well, yes, Cash and Dan are arresting MS-13, big deal. It's a huge deal. These are the foot soldiers of the elite. Hillary Clinton's not going down to the border to find her next victim. That's not how it operates. These are the foot soldiers. So what they're doing is when you see them target USID, the National Endowment Fund, and going after the MS-13, going after the cartels, that's showing that Trump is systematically taking down this deep state. With that said, I don't want to lose. There was a point I had. I don't want to lose it. Jesus, it just got past me. It was really good. I promise you guys would have liked it.
You think about that. I've got a point. You know how the Elon and the members of Doge just did an interview with Jesse Waters the other day, and they were digging into the Institute of Peace being the least peaceful institute in Washington, D.C. and all of that. And then Elon goes and says, well, whatever the name of the agency is, usually it's the opposite, right? So we got the Food and Drug Administration. I call them the Fraud and Death Administration. You've got the Center for Disease Control. I call them the Center for Disease Creation. You've got all of these agencies, USAID, international development. Well, so whatever the name of the agency is, it's probably the opposite that they're actually doing. I think the same can apply to the alternative media. So I'll see some people come out with election integrity. They name their group or their brand or their website election integrity or something like that. And then I've seen them over the years do the complete opposite. They say and they claim to be for election integrity, but then they just use their platform to attack patriots who are actually trying to promote election integrity. Or they'll name their brand, whatever the case, right? But I think the same can apply to alternative media by which, you just mentioned the list of names who are all claiming the Jewish religion is the main problem of the world and everything's focused on that. And I'm sitting there man, I would not be surprised if Mossad was behind all these guys, because that'd be a perfect way for them to cover themselves as being possibly Mossad assets, is by ragging against the Jews. So
Theodore Herzl wrote in his journal.
Was that?
Theodore Herzl, he wrote in his journal, anti-Semitism would be Israel's greatest ally.
Yeah, there you go. So I think the same idea in that amongst alternative or social media, if an influencer is making their whole life about exposing a subject, maybe they are funded by that industry to act as sort of a fox guarding the hen house sort of idea, right? Or if they're naming their brand exposing a certain subject, well, maybe they're paid by that lobby to muddy the waters and put in some red herrings to lead people astray or distract them away from the root issue within that industry. Same applies amongst big ag, big pharma as well. There's a lot of biotech and agriculture companies who are buying, lobbying influencers. Oh, it's food security. We need these GMO crops to feed the world, or whatever the case. And turns out that these influencers are just being bought and paid for.
Well, you did remind me 3 times, so thank you of what I wanted to say. The gravity of what this infiltration looks like, and I don't remember if it was 600 or 6,000, but one of the disclosures we got through USAID was how many journalists that they were funding. I want to say it was 6,000 if I remember correctly. But also the wordplay, journalists. There's so many more, because that doesn't include podcasters, it doesn't include content creators, it doesn't include influencers. It was a very specific thing. So just think about that. If it's just 6,000 journalists is a huge impact. 600 would be an impact. So if they have these people that they're paying to push narratives, then once again, you have to ask yourself, are the places I'm going to see the truth, do they have a history of being honest? Do they have a history of when they make a mistake acknowledging it? Do they have a history of being consistent? One of the biggest red flags to see if someone's an operator or not is it's not normal to have a change of behavior that happens in 48 hours, 72 hours. When someone's had a position and then all of a sudden, boom, there's a shift just like that. And there's not like a major event or something that happened. There's nothing that can justify this change of behavior. That should immediately set off a red flag. That means that person got the green light. They're going to flip the script and you need to observe it. When you see a gradual change, you're like, yeah, over the last couple months, I've kind of seen them do this. That's more normal. That change of behavior, it makes more sense. So if you guys realize that there's an immediate shift in position and there's not a major event to substantiate that, that's to set off major red flags.
Yeah, a lot of these new million-follower conservative podcasters come out with this story, well, I used to vote for Bernie, or I was a big liberal, and then COVID hit, and all of a sudden, Like, there might, okay, the story might be real, but there might be something there where they're just trying to appease both sides of the aisle where, oh, I used to be a liberal and then all of a sudden I became a conservative and now I'm on your team. Yeah, I don't know about that.
One of the things you can do is, because you guys know, I always invite you guys to come to the trenches of information warfare on X. If you want to think, well, is this account legit? I'm seeing a lot of accounts that were from like mid 22, late 2022, early 2023 that just got created. Now, there could be a reason for that. There was a big purge. A lot of people created accounts. However, everybody has a calculator on their phone. If you see accounts that they've only been around 2 years, 2.5 years, 3 years, and you're seeing upwards of 400,000 posts, do the math on how often you would have to be posting to pull those kind of numbers. It means probably I think with 400,000 for late 2022 account, you'd be posting like every 3.5 minutes nonstop, never sleeping, 24 days or 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, nonstop. So what that tells you right away is either there's a team of people that are working on that profile or they're using software, but there's some type of manipulation that is taking place. And if someone's using manipulation to do that, then you got to ask yourself, what's their motive? It could be something as simple, well, not simple, but I won't say nefarious. Maybe it's just monetary. Or maybe it's somebody that's trying to make sure that their message gets plugged into the algorithm so it gets into your feed, so then you get seeded with information that's false.
I was looking into this the other day, right? And there's a ton of accounts that started at the end of 2020. When did Elon buy Twitter? I can't remember. 2023? 2022. Okay. Well, a lot of these accounts, so I was looking at that exact thing a week or two ago, and there's a ton of accounts that started at the end of 2023. And so 18 months ago, and a lot of them had 40 to 50,000 posts already. And I did that. I just mathed it, and it's about 150 posts a day. Now, who can do that? So I started thinking, I came to my educated guesstimation in that I think it's a hybrid of both algorithms that they're using to post content, and then sometimes a human being probably logs into this account when they need a specific narrative to get into the ecosystem. They'll have the human write that, and then human logs out, and then they just plug the algorithm back in to spam the feed to maybe get some more followers or whatever the case, or some money engagement for this account. And then when they need a specific narrative, they'll have a human log in and post it. I think the same thing happens on Telegram. So I know you guys have probably been messaged by the fake profiles like fake alphas, fake Jordans, fake Badlands, and they ask you, what do you think about the global financial reset or something, right? So I think it's a hybrid of AI and humans. So they'll use AI to spam those messages to people while impersonating people with channels. And then when they get a message back, they probably get a ping on a dashboard, and then they have a human log in and start trying to rope you into sending them crypto or signing up for their crap coin wallet or whatever the case. So I think the same thing happens on Twitter, whereby, it's probably a hybrid of both AI bot algorithms plugged into a lot of these accounts. And then when they need to weaponize it, they'll have a human log in and send out a specific message that they get then try to get viral. So there's a lot of them, the quantum financial system crap, or you remember that ABC whistleblower from like 6 months ago, right after one of the debates there on Twitter, there was that, what was his name? Black insurrectionist or something. And he was promoting, this ABC whistleblower came out, and Ian Carroll was promoting that heavily, right? So it might be kind of the same thing, because I think that Black insurrectionist account had like hundreds of thousands of posts, and we didn't know who the heck it was or whatever the case. And then all of a sudden they came out with this fake narrative that, I'm connected to an ABC News whistleblower who's whistleblowing about how they set up the debate against Trump. And then you had other influencers in the sort of landscape, in the ecosystem, like Ian Carroll, promote this account and that narrative as being true, and it all turned out to just be fake and lame. So that's kind of one example of, I think, how that sort of hybrid bot plus human disinformation agents work.
And remember, because I know a lot of people say, well, I think you're exaggerating, Alpha, how bad this is. If you go back to the Force Psychological Operations Group, they've done 2 videos, Ghost of the Machine 1, Ghost of the Machine 2. And a strong takeaway you can take from the first one is we are everywhere. They show social media, they show cartoons, they show the theater, they show media. And I don't think that they're doing it to show us to be afraid of them. I think what they're trying to say is we're there because that is a battlefield, because there's other people that are there. So I just want people to really grab the gravity of this unseen war that is happening 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on a social media app, whichever app it is that's on your phone that is designed specifically for you. It's the cognitive battlefield, and it's for you. So it doesn't matter whether you're like, I don't want to be in this war or not. It's been brought to you, to your family, to your kid. I mean, there's the mindset where they're trying to attack our kids, but there's the mindset of the ideological subversion of what they're trying to do to us for our nation. With all the time that I spend on social media, I am seeing every single day, and I'm getting good notes on how this is operating. But if you bring up certain topics, you're looking at a window between like 8 to 12 minutes where you'll get 3 to 4 operators that are plugged in there, all pushing the same narrative. It doesn't matter whether you're talking about the Israel, whether you're talking about the CCP, it's like clockwork. So there's some like sophisticated software that they're using to put that stuff out there. And why? Because if I'm talking about a subject and they don't want people to know the truth, they get these people to go in there, some that are the talking heads and the other ones that are the support people that play oh, I didn't know that. Tell me more about it, because they want to draw that conversation. And those same ones will specifically target people like myself and others that are pushing the narrative like, no, that's BS. This is the truth. And so I just want to keep bringing that to people's attention. Just understand you have to be aware that anytime you go into social media, even if you're trying to get on there for just something fun, that there's things that are going to come across your timeline to target your mindset and how you think about this country.
And it's so tough with the nature of, I guess, our wage slave economic system where we're all under the thumb of the almighty dollar. Because we've been talking a lot about knowing deceivers, paid disinformation agents. But on the flip side of that, from the useful idiot side of the spectrum, or more so the opportunist side, where it's kind of the Wild West on social media right now. And there's this huge opening where a lot of folks are coming in with the agenda of wanting money and fame. And I mean, we saw a few weeks ago a bunch of these conservative influencers getting paid by Big Soda, by a social media marketing company who took money from Ameribev, the soda lobbyists, to shill a bunch of narratives for promoting Pepsi or Coke or whatever it was. Keep Coke on food stamps. It's Americans' right. Well, it's not you're not going to force me to spend my tax dollars so other people can buy candy. But there's just a lot of influencers jumping into the Wild West, this big opening of social media citizen journalism. And they might not even realize it consciously, but you can kind of tell that their agenda is fame and money, and maybe they just have some ego issues where they like the validation they're getting from building a brand, and they feel like it's giving them a purpose. But they're taking money to promote narratives, or they're getting, I mean, that's one of the huge problems on Twitter is the monetization. And I mean, it's a blessing and a curse, but I remember years ago when we used to make fun of the mainstream media journalists for being the blue checks. Like, oh, you're just a blue check because you're working for CNN or whatever the case. And after Elon bought Twitter, now making fun of blue checks is making fun of the alternative media for promoting a bunch of clickbait for money. So it's just the incentivized structure. And I don't know how to fix it. I mean, we want content creators to be able to get paid for the work they put in, because there's a lot of work that some of us put in. So it's nice to maybe get, $100 a month or something like that. But it's also incentivized clickbaiters to just steal content. There's so many content stealers and clickbaiters who they're just posting for money, and I don't know how to fix it, but it's becoming a problem. The love of the almighty dollar, right? The root of all evil is not money, it's the love of money, and how people are prioritizing that money over ethics and doing the right thing. And
So I want to get something in because
We're getting close to the end here. Do you guys want to give your closing arguments as to why you're not the Fed?
I'll incorporate that. Real quick though, when Elon sold the checks, I bought mine as fast as I could so I could start calling people peasants, and I had so much fun with it. But just to put this into perspective, like a real thing, and I have had people come forward and give me information on this. There was an operation because they knew they had control of Twitter before Elon bought it, and so how did they suppress the truth? Deplatforming, suspensions. Well, they knew that when Elon was taking over, they were going to lose the ability to censor that way. So now they had to readjust their warfare to come in here and put assets to push information. And what I've learned in the last 5 to 6 months is there was a large group of people from a platform called Clubhouse. And these people were approached and recruited to come to X when Elon was buying it, to push specific narratives, whether it was stuff about COVID, the anti-vax, and you're talking these people that got paid thousands of dollars. So just understand that this is not just hyperbole or this is a theory. I have actual evidence from people that have said, hey, they recruited me and this is what they paid me and this is what they asked me to push. So there was real operations where they got people from those platforms to come to X. At the same time that this was happening, there was, because this X Spaces was getting pretty popular, these same people that came from Clubhouse were holding these spaces, and what they were doing was they were trying to look at which personalities, which profiles on X had the ability to generate influence. And now you started to see those people peel off. So there was an active recruitment there. The reason I am not the Fed is because
you're hesitating there, bro.
I mean, if I was, I couldn't tell you anyways.
It's not a very good argument.
I am most definitely not the Fed. I prefer to stay local.
I'm not the Fed because I'm a snitch. Man, if somebody offered me money to do something I wasn't comfortable with, I would go straight to Twitter and just put them on blast, man. But no, I just don't give a crap about what people think about me. I'm not a social climber. These things just don't interest me. And I don't have a care in the world about tribalism. That is such a big problem in my eyes. Is tribalism in politics, in society in general, is this need to, I mean, humans are social creatures, and there is a need to feel connected, absolutely. But that can sometimes be a big problem in the need to have that ego validation, that social validation of other people. So we're so quick to put labels on ourselves, like I am this, I'm a part of this group, this is my identity. I mean, the left does it, we know, but everybody does it. The right, the left, right, middle, everybody loves to and feels the subconscious need to identify with a certain group so they can feel like they belong. And sometimes that need to have belonging is weaponized against them, and manipulation can then occur. So I think it's important to be careful of that tribalism and be careful of that label identification. Then you get sucked into these groups where you have to think what the group thinks, or you're going to be outcast from that group. And how dare you question whether these traditions or these beliefs or whatever the case are actually beneficial or logical or reasonable? Oh, how dare you question that belief system? You must be one of them. And it's this tribalism that causes so much division and I think regression in society in general. So that's why I'm not a Fed.
That's exactly what a Fed would think.
Yeah. That was like an under explanation and an over explanation. All right, couple quick things. So how many of you guys remember Crane Op? Okay. I'm just going to ask you guys to keep Crane Op in your prayers. He's got surgery on Monday. We want him to recover. We want him to make it to Deadwood. So please pray for Crane Op. Also, we are doing a raffle out in the hallway do you remember the pipe we had at Vegas? John Drake donated a pipe.
And there's a painting out there that's a gentleman just donated. We're going to raffle those off, and the proceeds are going to go to Ash's Legal Defense Fund. So, good cause, I think. And with that, we'll be back in like 10 minutes to start the next panel.
Chop, 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 chop. This is a presentation of the Badlands Media Network. Let's go.
All right, guys. So, first of all, is BB down here yet? Anybody seen him this morning?
Yeah, where's BB?
Because BB wanted me to ask you a question.
Ah, that damn BB. That damn BB.
He was wondering if you could define what a ghetto booty is.
You know, I got to be careful. I got to be really careful, especially is Cam Cooksey in here?
No, you don't actually have to answer that. It was just a stupid joke.
Bootylicious, bootylicious.
Okay, so JB, I've known you since I honestly don't remember how we met or how we even got connected.
We got connected, if I recall correctly, because you started generating these articles that received great attention because of how well you had done the work. But we were already involved in an informal network online. Patrick had started reading some of my threads on Twitter. And so we got together out in Las Vegas for the first time. That's where I first.
Page or double down.
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Anyway, so I don't think we've ever done a show together.
No.
I don't think yesterday when we were talking or 2 days ago when we were just kind of like, hey, what are we going to do? He was telling me stuff. I was like, I had no idea. I have no idea who you are. And I feel like if I don't even know who he is, I feel like you guys probably don't know who he is. And yeah, you guys probably watch his shows. I don't. But I figured this would be a good opportunity just to kind of get to know you a little bit.
Sure.
Then we could kind of work into some cultural stuff, fix racism.
Yeah.
And then we'll go have some lunch.
I just remember John at the first reading Epic Threads delivered a perfect line because I had said, how did we get started and all like that. Somebody had asked the question and I was talking about Patrick reading my threads. And one of my lines was, who is this white boy reading my threads? Okay. This mofo comes the next day and delivers perfect timing and says that exact line. I don't remember what you were responding to.
It's the same thing, I think, yeah.
It was beautiful, though. It was beautiful, though. And so, yeah, that's how we all got together in Las Vegas. Matt Trump was there. Patrick. Yeah, it was a good. Jordan Sather was out there. In fact, he showed what he just talked about here. You know, he had, who was that? Juan Savin or something had done something. Jordan was so damn pissed. He came walking out of there. I'm coming out of the elevator. I'm like, what the hell is wrong? He's like, that damn Juan Savin. Blah, 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 blah. I said, this guy is a keeper, you know.
He's a good dude.
Yeah.
So I'm the youngest in Badlands. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Maybe we need to interview you.
No, these people know that already, though.
I didn't know that. Wow. You are the youngest. You're serious.
I'm the youngest and you're the oldest.
Wow.
But you don't look it. You look great.
Hey, thank you. Thank you.
Black don't crack or whatever.
Hey.
But no, so white guy, North Dakota, black guy, Florida. And yesterday when we were talking or whatever, 2 days ago, I was like, do you experience racism on a day-to-day basis? And you started getting into your background. I had no idea you were military. I didn't even know you had brothers. Like, I want to go down that road. So where were you born? Where are you from? Tell us about your upbringing a little bit.
Born June 19th. Juneteenth. Think about it. 1959 in the Black Hospital of Jacksonville, which was Brewster Hospital. If you're from Jacksonville, that is over where Shands is now, but no longer exists. But yeah, Jacksonville, born and raised.
And you were telling me your siblings were like class presidents or something?
Yeah, there's 6 of us, and I am the 4th of 6 in the line of siblings. I'm the second son of 3. So it's 3 boys, 3 girls. And our claim to fame. Okay, that's what we thought was our claim to fame. We were living in a suburb of Jacksonville, Orange Park. Okay, there was a lot of stuff going on in the late 70s. You know, integration was occurring in 1969. I had gone to an elementary school that was a 6-room elementary school, 1 room for each grade, entirely Black. And we integrated in 69. I started 3rd grade at W.E. Cherry, and everything went from there. But the interesting thing about us, it seemed to me, looking back on it, because you don't know when you're a kid, but my oldest brother was senior president at Orange Park High. I was senior president at Orange Park High. And my younger brother, an Irish twin, 11 months younger than me, he was senior president at Orange Park High. And the school's 95% white, you know, so.
How does that happen back in the?
Yeah. Well, Orange Park was an idyllic place. I mean, we really had relatively little strife, and people were genuinely good. And we mixed, we had fun. And I've said to you, I don't know, how do you become senior class president, Black guy out of 95% whites? The white girls have to like you. That's how. that's just how it happens. And so
technically, your brother was the first Black president, not
exactly,
not Obama.
Exactly. A hell of a guy too. Hell of a guy, and Army veteran, retired from the Army. We're an entirely Army family. All the boys did the United States Army, and so he retired from that, and then he became like the public relations director. If y'all have been to Disney World, he was the public relations director for the Kissimmee Convention and Visitors Bureau, which essentially has to work with Disney World because they are the behemoth. And so, yeah, he's retired from that. My younger brother is a criminal defense attorney down in South Florida.
You were an attorney too, weren't you?
Yeah, I bounced around state government in Tallahassee. That's a long story too. Never intended to go to Tallahassee, but I met a woman at the University of Florida. Go Gators. And she was teaching theater. She's a South Carolina State graduate. She had gone to Ohio State to get her master's in theater, and she was teaching at UF. I was an older than average student. And so, yeah, I never took a class from her, but once I saw her on campus, like, wow.
She taught you a few things.
Oh, man. So, you know, bunch of beautiful women at the University of Florida. And so, yeah, from there, we made it to Tallahassee.
I'm curious, going back to your high school days, 95% white school, 3 brothers in a row, class president. You said no strife. Do you think the strife is worse now than it was back then?
Possibly. Well, and possibly not. Some of you may relate to some of this because I graduated in 1977. We did all kinds of activities, you know, to raise funds. You're talking about the raffle out there and all of this other kind of stuff. So we stuffed people into Volkswagens. You know, we did all of that kind of high schoolish stuff. We had, goodness, what was this thing where you have the women play the football game and the men
Powder Puff?
We did Powder Puff. You know, I was sitting out there. My mother's name was Doris, and so we all had on our T-shirt the names of our mother. And I had this crazy wig on and all this other kind of stuff. But we had big fun. We had genuine fun. But I'll say this, in terms of racial, we also had a senior slave sale. Did any of y'all have senior slave sales?
No.
That was a major fundraiser in high school. And so
what explain that? You need to define what that is.
The junior class would have an opportunity to purchase a senior class member, and the senior class member had to dress up and be under their basic control. It was big fun, and you know, big fun. And this chick who now lives in Tampa was reminding me a year or two back that she purchased me. I'd totally forgotten this. She purchased me and she made me dress up in some crazy foolishness stuff and made me do stupid shit. But it's high school. Well,
Do you think something like that would fly today?
Well, here's the thing.
No.
Here's the thing.
The GART slave auction.
It's an idea. I'm just saying. But it did cause a little bit of concern with some of the black kids, who I'd grown up, in the neighborhood and everything like that. And I was like, why are we getting upset about this? The school's been doing this for a long time. Black people are not the only people who have been enslaved. If you've read in high school about your history, you know this. So why are we inculcating that? It didn't make sense to me. And so I never worried about it. I mean, some people had a few issues with it. And I think probably I don't think anybody's doing a senior slave sale these days, But it was fun. It was fun.
I mean, that's kind of a sign of the times, though. This
Yeah.
is where I want this conversation eventually go, is like how things were then and how they are now.
Yeah.
And how do we get back to those times?
Well, and I think we're getting back there. I can feel, and I hope y'all can feel, we are returning to normalcy. Some of this foolishness these people have really pimped and tried to divide us. So I'm supposed to hate you, and you're supposed to hate me, and I'm supposed to talk about cracker. It's like, okay, come on, stop it.
Well, let's get into that a little bit. So why do you think we are closer to going back to normalcy? Like, what makes you feel that way?
I honestly believe it is. I hesitate to say entirely, but man, we just can't thank Donald Trump enough. We can't. It is Trump. Yeah, because he took the bull by the horns, and I think he had a certain upbringing in New York and was around a lot of black culture. I don't think he was offended by any of it. I think he knew how to process it. He knew how to understand it within context, good and bad. And so he just mixed and mingled. And of course, people have now forgotten he was a big figure in the black community, especially the rap community and all like that, the fight community, all of that stuff that is quite big in the psyche of Black America. And people love Trump. They made rap songs about Trump. They wanted to be wealthy like Trump. And then he decided to run for president. Lord have mercy. Here comes cracker, so.
But do you think we can nail it down a little bit more specifically? Like, what is Trump doing that you think is taking us back? And I want to get into the Shadur Sanders stuff too a little bit.
Sure.
Because I think that was a good example that we were discussing the other day.
Yeah. What is Trump doing specifically? It's one of the genius things about Trump. It's hard to specifically say other than he is standing 10 toes down and being a proud American. That's number one. And he is standing 10 toes down on saying, we need to protect, because he's rich, we need to protect average Americans, average workers, industries, things that are important to sustaining the country and how we can be still that last best hope. Trump gets that. And he doesn't blink about that. He doesn't go do this namby-pamby BS, and he will cuss his ass off, and y'all know I can do so too. And it's real. It's like what I remember from the Army, when you get together and you're just with some enlisted soldiers. That's real America, and nobody's trying to put on anything. You're there for your brothers. You're thinking about what you have to do, especially if you've bought in. And, in any environment like that, you're going to have X number of people in the military who have not really signed off. They thought this was a job. No, it's not a job. The Army's not a job. The military's not a job. This is something you have a duty, and it arises from your citizenship, and it's much more than a job. And so I think this is another thing that Donald Trump, even though he didn't serve, and it doesn't bother me in the slightest. I don't think it bothers most service members, because we know that's not the big deal. Do you respect those people who did? That's the big deal. Yeah.
He's very genuine with how he operates. Did you see the story that's been like going nuts on social media about that lady who was at the park? And at the park. Okay.
What happened?
Okay, so well, first of all, let's go back a little bit. The black kid who stabbed the white kid at the track meet or whatever.
Yeah.
There's this fundraiser that they did on GoFundMe, and it was going gangbusters. Got like $300,000, maybe more or something, for the guy who did the stabbing. Yes. Then just the other day, Zach was telling me about this literally before we went live. I was like, this will be a good thing to discuss too. This lady was at a park and she caught a Somalian boy going through her purse. Okay, caught him, said the N-word, and they started recording. The Somalians did, this lady, and she dropped it like 3 or 4 more times, and they posted online. And then she started a GoFundMe, and it's like over $500,000-$600,000 right now. Like people defending and supporting her.
Wait. They're defending who?
Supporting her, and I don't even know why.
Wait. The woman who said nigger?
Yes.
Okay. I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah.
The word does not bother me in the slightest, and I think white people have just been totally fooled about this word. If you pay attention to black music, young black music, they tell you everything you need to know. The word is used all the damn time because we use the word all the damn time. In good ways, bad ways, in different ways. It's just a word. And we've got to get back in this country to not giving a specific set of people the right to be offended by a word that they use all the damn time. Shut up. Shut up.
Well, I think that's the kind of the point I'm making. Like, this is a sign of the times that people are sick of that stuff now.
Yeah.
Like, that's a lot of money for somebody who said that. Like, and she didn't care. She's like, yeah, post this online. And she said it like 3 more times.
Yeah.
And here we are. She's outfunded that.
And the situation
The boy.
was a kid had robbed her. Is that?
I think Zach literally whispered in my ear over there before the show. So I may be getting that wrong. And Zach's not in here, which is a little offensive. I don't see him. But yeah, when he comes back in, I can have him explain the
But
story.
yeah, I get sick of these. It's how many more of these? We've had Trayvon, we've had this Mike Brown idiot, we had all of these other things where they're making us support. Yeah, George Floyd. Good God Almighty. Good God Almighty. I mean, come on. And they've lied to us about so much around those incidents. And I think, why are they, and you know, we can get into they and all that other kind of stuff, but why pimp the black community to support obvious criminals? Okay? Why are we being forced to pimp obvious criminals? Trayvon was a freaking thug, wannabe, kicked out of school because he was an idiot stealing from his students. I'm not supporting that mofo. Come on. But that's what they've done consistently. And so
there he is.
There's Zach. Come on with the come on.
Welcome. Yeah, I was gonna have you explain that story better about the. Yeah, is Zach black or white? Like,
Zach is an honorary black man.
Just ask Lisa; she'll tell you. Oh, too much, too much. She's calling already. Yeah. So okay, so the story in with the woman and the give send go. This is
go stand on the tape back there, bro.
Back where? Here? Okay. Where's my mark? All right. So this woman and her baby were at a playground. They were playing, and a couple of Somali guys with their kids, I think, showed up, and everybody was just hanging out. It was totally fine. And then one of the kids that the Somali guys brought started rifling through the woman's bag and stole some things from her baby. And obviously that's not cool. She had a reaction that was perhaps a little extreme. She used some racially charged language, and then the Somali guys started recording her. And, you know, obviously the popular meme for the last several years is, you know, white person behaves badly, they get put on camera, and then their life is ruined. And very quickly, the internet doxed her. They put her social security number, her phone number, her employer online. and everybody was coming for her. So she starts a Give Send Go, and she says, please, I have to move now. I mean, like, this is obviously language. It shouldn't be criminalized, and maybe people shouldn't think before they speak, but clearly the message that was meant to be sent was that if you do something we don't like, then we're going to destroy your life. So she starts this Give Send Go, and she's already made more money than Carmelo Anthony in like a 24-hour period, which is kind of stunning.
Bravo.
Yeah. and everybody pretty much online, it's obviously divided along racial lines, but the overwhelming sentiment is like, we're pretty much tired of being made to feel like, we have to cower at the idea that people are going to destroy us. And the scales have flipped. I mean, like, you looked at the comments on the Carmelo Anthony Give Send Go, and he made hundreds of thousands of dollars very quickly. And virtually all of the comments are extremely racially charged towards white people, like, that kid got what he deserved, and like, we're now going to be coming for you, that sort of thing. And people started doing the same thing on her comments as well in the Give Send Go. And what kind of annoyed me about it is that Give Send Go didn't like lock down comments on Carmelo Anthony's Give Send Go. They allowed that to go on for the last several weeks. But as soon as it started happening on her Give Send Go, they shut down comments on both of them. So, it could be an op. I mean, it could be designed to, start some type of race war or something like that. But I do feel that a lot of people are just kind of fed up with the idea that, it's okay to behave in a racially charged sense towards one group of people, and as soon as it happens on the other side, it's something that is totally unforgivable.
Yeah, it's the whole two-tier dynamic that Americans are just sick of across the board. And that's my thing about giving one group some permission, some special permission about a word that they use all the time, and now you have the right. I don't have any issue with that chick tossing out that word for a mofo stealing from me. If that was black and black, that word would be tossed out. So I mean, we have to recognize that, okay, that has to be the standard. It cannot be that, okay, that group now has some kind of special privilege. Hell no. Hell no.
I'm afraid to say that word. So
Say it.
No, I'm not doing it.
Nig.
No.
My nig.
No, stop.
Are you my nig? John.
No,
are you my nig?
This is the kind of thing that goes viral online, and I'm canceled forever. So don't you dare.
I told people, if you remember Trash Talk, if any of y'all remember me and Patrick.
We remember
Trash Talk. I was maneuvering Patrick into this sort of thing where we'd be comfortable saying cracker and nigger and all this other kind of stuff, because I told Patrick, listen, I had this dream where before who is it that died? I'm sorry.
I don't know.
Oh man, he was in Palm Beach County. He was the #1 radio guy. Rush. I had a dream that one week, this would just put all this BS to rest. If Rush would just agree, and I was going to drive down to Palm Beach and say, Rush, bruh, this is what you got to do. You have these segments, you invite these callers. When a caller comes in, you just need to say, look, for the whole week, I'm just greeting them. What's up, my nig? What you got to say today, nigga? If he did that for a week, black people would have went apeshit.
Yeah, that's the.
But you see, but my thing is, white people have the power to rob that word and their power to be pissed about that word, because you see, they would have been pissed about something special that they thought only. No, your ass is an American. This is a word. We're not freaked out by words in this. When I was a kid, we didn't have this problem. And everybody kind of knew the rules. If you were in the South, and most especially, white people knew that black people referred to white people as crackers, and vice versa. And they were synonymous. The words, it just meant black and white. That's what it was. You used it in anger. You use it in joy. And in Florida right now, you can go find restaurants where it's like, okay, the Floridian cracker, and they are proudly making use of that word. This is what we have to do in the Black community. Get rid of the foolishness. Stop of this. Rob the power.
Yeah. Like, I'm not afraid of saying words. I'm afraid of like the reaction, you know, like that's.
What are they going to do?
I don't know.
Say it.
I'm not saying it, bro. I'll say cracker. I
This
enjoy
is the thing.
saltines.
You're really comfortable saying cracker. You're not offended at me saying cracker.
No,
But nigger, you can't say.
I'm not saying that. No.
What a
No, this is being recorded, and I
what
will
a
not do
nigger.
it.
What a nigger.
Say it, John. Say it, John.
No, you say it. You say it first.
No, I'm good, bro. I'm good.
What? Oh, he's gonna say it. You can say it.
I'm not gonna say it. John, how are we gonna resolve this by lunch if you won't say it?
I guess none of us are eating.
No, I just actually did kind of have a comment or a question. You know, you were talking about how they've spotlighted some of these kids that are criminal, have past or whatever, and they put them up on the pedestal in the news.
Yes.
And to me, that seems like they're really just trying to associate the entire Black community with criminals, with people who have done things wrong.
Of course.
So I just didn't know if you have thoughts, feelings on that. I was just curious.
Well, I think a lot of that is just opportunistic. Like a lot of the stuff they have video evidence of these deaths are by criminals. You know what I mean? Police body cam or whatever. And so those are the people they just prop up, like police brutality and whatnot. But I don't know if there's necessarily a reason that they're specifically trying to associate with them, but that's what happens. It's a byproduct.
I tell you, we just have the weirdest thing going on. Ben Crump, y'all may know, and think of him as a race hustling lawyer on this Trayvon and all these other little incidents. Ben Crump, for the longest time, lived right around the corner from us in Tallahassee. He's a great guy. My wife loves him. And he's artistic. He would do these one-page novels, and he had these ideas about how to uplift kids and generate literacy progress, all this other kind of stuff. But when you become a trial lawyer, a personal injury trial lawyer, and it gets mixed in with good white people, Democrats, bad white people, Republicans, we are oppressed, you know, and we have the right to do any kind of craziness without white people saying anything about it because we've been oppressed. Okay, this is what you then get. You know, Ben has played this stuff up. He's been incredibly successful at it, but it's a problem for the country, our moral understanding of things, our center. And then other people can come in, take advantage of him, make use of him, and it stokes division, you know, that wasn't what I saw in an earlier version of Ben, you know, and that's the country. This is what has happened, and we have to, this is the return to normalcy. You know, I just think my theory, you know, you talked about Shadur.
Yep.
And this is why you know, the sports talk show to me was something that I wanted to do. I just wanted people to understand everything is integrated. And there are so many things that happen in the sports environment that you can then take and see play out on the national stage. And this was the clear sign to me that we reached the tipping point because, you know, there's a certain Hollywood element that pimped Deion Sanders and Shadur Sanders as the be-all, end-all of everything. They wanted to make them the greatest. They wanted a Hollywood story, and they wanted it with a racial division. You know, it wasn't just that you're a great athlete. They wanted this racial division, and so they pimped it, they pushed it, and they just tried to enforce this narrative. So then we get the draft, and I've said to people on my show since I first started the show, listen, white people have to start looking mofos in the eye and calling bullshit on bullshit. And that's what the NFL just did. They looked Shadur Sanders in the eye, who dared to walk into a New York Giants interview and talk to them as if he was interviewing them. And when things didn't go the way he wanted, he said, well, maybe y'all don't fit me. Maybe I don't fit you. And it's like, okay, yeah, that's not the way this works, sonny boy.
Yeah, you know, one of the interesting things about that, for those who don't know, Shadur Sanders, he was supposed to be like the top 3 pick in the draft, and he fell to the 5th round. He wasn't even the first quarterback taken by the team that drafted him in the draft. It's crazy. But one of the things that I think was interesting is I didn't really see from ESPN or anything any racial excuses for it. I didn't see it. I don't know if I didn't watch the whole draft, but I feel like that's a good sign of the times in terms of tipping.
No,
they didn't make it about race. They made it about his work ethic and his preparation.
No, they made it about race.
Did they?
They did. They did.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, Mel Kiper.
That was weird. That was just like
Mel Kiper was the one who was. Look, the reason why we do some of these shows, if you think back on it and cover the draft the way this was, Mel Kiper was the genesis of it.
What did he say about to make it about race? Because I did see like there was a 10-minute segment right after he was drafted in the 5th round. They skipped like 11 draft picks, and it was all about his preparation and how he was going into these meetings and wasn't prepared and all that stuff.
Yeah, that was their little cloak cover, but everybody understood this really was talking about race and how Dion came in and went to Colorado, changed everything up, and it's all bling. They're showing off all of their wealth, and this is all race, John. This isn't just
Well, then we're not at a tipping point if it's all about race again.
No. The tipping point is that it was rejected. They kept pimping Shadur Sanders for 3 freaking days when he wasn't the freaking story. The number 1 draft pick in the NFL was a black quarterback.
That's true.
Who worked his way up from the bottom. Nothing, a 0-star recruit, and they didn't talk about him at all. The number 2 draft in the NFL was a unicorn who is number 1 on offense and number 1 on defense, who went to the Jacksonville Jaguars, by the way. Thank you very much. They didn't talk about him.
Gave up a fortune for him, too.
But and look, and so if you follow college football and you know the story of Alabama, you know how good Alabama has been. Jalen Milroe was their quarterback. My goodness, he frustrated the hell out of Alabama people. And he just wasn't a polished quarterback. He got benched. But then they performed so badly at USF, the University of South Florida in Tampa, this one game, they had to bring him back. And he remained their quarterback, and he continued to grind and work himself better. He's still an unfinished product, but he got drafted before Shadur. That's a story, and they ignored it.
Yeah, see, I still think it's more about that they didn't reject it because of the racism stuff. They rejected the media's attempt to put this figure ahead of everybody. Like the mainstream media, right? They put forth these stories and they try to control us and control our minds and everything, and that's what was rejected. It was the mainstream narrative about Shadur that was rejected. That's how I see it.
Says the North Dakota boy.
Just a cracker from North Dakota.
We have a question from the audience.
Thank you. My question is, given the change that we're talking about, what do you think explains the much greater movement toward Trump among black men versus black women? I'd love to know the answer to that. And by the way, I did play powder puff football.
All right. Here's let me give you a University of Florida anecdote, information spot. Okay, I'm an undergraduate at the University of Florida. This is the 1980s, the early 1980s. I had a presidential scholarship, and one of the mentors of this scholarship group was a psychologist, Rosie Bingham. Love Rosie to this day. She went on to leave and go be a vice president at the University of Memphis. Incredible chick, but she put together a black male, black female counseling group. Why? Because there was already in the 80s something of an open warfare between black men and black women. All right? And again, they targeted the black community, as far as I'm concerned, first. And they saw what worked, what didn't work, and they kept playing it out. But that group was put together because we saw the obvious warfare, and it was a real situation. It was like black men, educated professionals or aspiring to be, and black females of the same. And so there was a clear favoritism, it seemed, going towards black women. And what white women on these college campuses were demanding of the black women is, look, you got to choose. You're going to roll with the black or you're going to roll with the feminist. And many of the black women rolled with the feminist angle rather than the family angle of who was likely to be their mate, right? And that was the problem. And so we were trying to figure out the problem. Now, you see it play out. I'm talking about the 1980s. We got generations, okay? And you can see when you look at Michelle Obama, you know that's part of it, okay? When you look at a lot of strong black women, and we
Michelle.
Hold on.
don't do the big mic. Don't do the big mic. Don't do it.
There's an asterisk on that one. Maybe a few ding.
You walked into that one.
Anyway, continue with your
But
point.
yeah, so it's just all of that has morphed out of the black community to the nation as a whole. And it has wreaked havoc among relationships, especially if we're sitting here, a largely Christian effort and, nuclear family thing. It wreaked havoc. Look at the black church. What they have done to the black church is incredible. They've totally turned it upside down, and you get all of this foolishness and distraction, and so you're not focused on Christ, right? So that's a problem, and it has caused humongous problems all across the country.
But why do you think to answer the question or ask the question, why is the difference between black women not voting for Trump, but black men do?
Oh, I'm sorry. I did ignore that. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's the old age, man.
This is exactly. But this is the beautiful thing about Trump. And again, I said Trump was really deep in black culture, understanding it, and these elements within the black culture, like the fight culture. All of these things are just one. They're not separate. And he's always had more of an appeal to black men than to black women, because he is an avatar of male strength. And a lot of these things they tossed at him in terms of critiques, black men did not give the first damn about. It just none of that stuff mattered. He's a man. He likes X, Y, and Z. Who doesn't like X, Y, and Z?
But why do you think black women, it did matter to them? Or all women? Oh, it is. That's true. It's all women. Most women.
Yeah, because
cracker women.
This is what I mean about his timing. But yeah, I think because this is the thing they've been working against. Somebody like Donald Trump he drives these people crazy. And that's what they've been working against, to try and turn stuff upside down. So you wind up hating things that really don't amount to a whole hell of a lot in terms of a guy being a guy. And he's using locker room talk. What guy hasn't done that? And they make it such a big freaking deal. And so then you get these women having this irrational. Didn't we just have that in the lobby the other day here? Your T-shirt offends me or something?
It was a masked woman too. I've left that part out of the story. She was wearing a mask, yes. And she's the one who was offended by Ty's Doge shirt.
Wow. So, but that's it. Everything is integrated. Everything is connected. And that is a symptom. You got this black male, black female counseling group in the 1980s at a American university. You have all of this stuff. And whether it was recognized on other campuses or not, it was still existent. The problem was there. People were talking about it, especially in the black community. It was a humongous discussion point among the educated class, the aspiring to be professional class. And it's like, what the hell is going on? But we talked in the prior panel, about some of these narratives, some of these things being stoked, some of this addiction to this, that, or the other. All of that stuff was playing out in the 80s in different forms to enforce this kind of problem.
I think the logical conclusion is at some point we got to get to a place where women aren't voting, right? Just kidding.
We have another question. Step to them.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, well, we were talking earlier about words are just words, and I agree with you, JB, but I'm still not going to say it. But when cracker came out, when we started being called crackers, I used to think, oh, well, what the heck's wrong with that? Is that the best they got? You know, in the winter, I'm like a saltine. In the summer, I'm a Ritz, you know? So, and then I like investigated it and I, you know, learned about like crack the whip and slavery
Yes,
and all that.
yes.
I'm like, oh, okay, yeah. So
Yeah,
that
that's
makes
it.
sense. So, but since I'm a Steelers fan,
Mm-hmm.
I've always followed Antonio Brown.
Mm-hmm.
And lately, when he came out in the last year with his cracker of the day,
Mm-hmm.
at first I thought, oh, he's trying to be offensive. But then I would see like he made Elon cracker of the day, Donald Trump Jr. And then people would start DMing him and saying, hey, Antonio, can I be cracker of the day? So do you think that he kind of flipped the script on that?
Trump supporter.
Well, this is the thing. You know, we have individual Americans who are making this effort. This is part of what I was trying to do with Patrick, an individual little effort. And everything matters, you know, slowly but surely we chip away at the BS. And so he's doing his little part now. He's a different kind of fella. Okay. He's a really different kind of fella.
Had a few concussions.
And, you know, but I like that because it's that kind of thing. It's an American kind of irreverence, and we need to do much more of that.
Did I tell you about the time I DM'd him and he responded?
No.
Yeah, it was right when he came out for Trump and like publicly supported him. I DM'd, I was like, hey man, I would love to have you on my show. And he responds with, yeah, I'm down. What's your number? Like how much? Like asking how much I'd pay him to come on.
Ain't that some shit?
And then I was like, I'm not paying you. I can't afford that. And he never responded again.
That's him.
Yeah. Yeah.
We have another question.
Hi, JB.
Hey.
It's obvious that you're a fabulous boomer. And like every generation, there's like an 18 years difference between the youngest and the oldest, Gen Z, Gen X, and everything. You know, everyone just loves to bash the boomers. Okay. It just seems whatever, my son included. Okay. What do you say that as there's us who are fabulous and continue to be fabulous and Trump supporters? How do you view like there's so many just say, oh, the boomer generation, our kids are going to be poor. What do you say to that?
Yeah, it's a tough one because look, I say this, let me see, how do I want to say this? We have so many excesses in our generation, right? But we lived through a period of so much tremendous change, and I don't think people appreciate that now. It was incredible. I went to a school all black my first 2 years. We integrated in 1969. There's all this tumult across the country in this period, and we somehow had to figure out a way to zig and zag our way forward, and we did. Now, that's to our credit, and people around the globe don't know how to give Americans credit for doing all of this. But it was a tremendous challenge, and we did make it through. And so when I think about the criticism, right, it's almost like you're being exposed in this revolutionary transition to all kinds of things that make things seemingly better. And you get trapped, tricked, and addicted in certain ways. And remember, this is when Japan Inc. was going to take over the country, and now they transitioned to China and all this other kind of stuff. We lived through all of that, but we also bought in and allowed all of that, you know, so there's some responsibility. But this is every generation. It's like, are we worthy now in this moment, right here and now, as force multipliers? Because this is the way I look at Badlands Media. This is the way I look at the Trump Revolution, MAGA. We are force multipliers, forcing our way back to some normalcy that the founders would be proud of, when we have been living in a way that the founders would not have been proud of. You see that? We are part of it, the problem, and we are part of it leading the fix. And if you see, the younger generation is really buying into us now, America. Now they understand, they're getting it. They are getting it. And I think part of that is because of us, right?
There you go.
Hi, guys. So earlier you were talking about how do we, I think John asked JB the question, how do we get to that place where we can have these conversations and take some of the power away from these words? And I think we're all aware that recently there was this issue on Long Island with a school district in Massapequa. Their mascot is the Chiefs. In 2023, the New York Board of Regents passed an issue, a ruling saying that all high schools in New York State that had some Native American mascot had to change it by the end of 2025. And Massapequa was fighting back. That's Bruce Blakeman down in Nassau County. And so I think, yeah, Long Island. So I think the issue is, and recently Frank Blackcloud from the Spirit Lake Nation in North Dakota came to their defense and said, Native Americans are proud of that, and if you erase the Chiefs name and all the other mascots, you're erasing Native American history and their contribution to the country. So, I just wanted to put that out there because this is the way we push back, little bits at a time. We can't make wholesale changes all at once. We have to make little changes, and this is one of those little changes that'll lead in that direction. And President Trump has spoken up and supported that effort. So I think that's the direction we're going.
Great comment.
Yeah, 100%. And I just would say that's exactly what the Seminoles in Florida have done and said. Exactly. And then
the Braves.
The Braves, exactly. Look, this is foolishness. It's like I was talking to somebody earlier and they were talking about, because they're from Cleveland, and it's like, they are the Cleveland Indians. The hell with this Guardians nonsense. Yeah.
And Redskins too.
Yes.
Hi, I just have a short story I want to share and then a question. So I'm one of four. My oldest brother, the oldest in my family, he was born in 1967, adopted when he was 3 months old. He's Black. And so grew up in an all-white family, all-white neighborhood. When we were growing up, he was probably about 8 or 9 years old. There were some incidences in my neighborhood of racism. They carved with a knife "nigger lovers" in our car. They egged our house. I mean, there was some really bad stuff that happened. So my brother went on to graduate from Cornell University undergrad, went on to Stanford Business School, and is a very successful entrepreneur. And when I asked, we had this discussion about racism around the time of the George Floyd riots. And he told me, he said, there is no institutionalized racism. He said, citing himself as an example. He said, early on, while those incidences were hurtful, he said, I decided not to give my power away. I decided not to be a victim.
Exactly.
And so my question to you is, how do we shift people more to that mentality? Because if you do that, if you don't make yourself a victim, then they can't divide us, because you need a victim and you need the victimizer. So how do we do that as a society?
Okay, part of it is the return to normalcy that we're all seeking, and because hey, if you're in my age group, you remember playing as a kid. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never. And this is what these fuckers did. They turned it upside down, and they made it all about words devastating you. And that robs you of agency, which is what they wanted. And we have to stand 10 toes back and get back to agency and not allowing kids to be snowflakes and, oh, they said something mean, and all this. Shut up. You got to deal with this. There's going to be all kinds of issues much worse than that in your life that you're going to have to deal with. So, hey, it's time to start having a better balanced view. That was a beautiful little saying coming up out of the American experience. We need to reinforce that.
It's the participation trophy mentality.
Oh,
We gotta get rid of
exactly.
it. Hate it. Two more questions. After Audrey, we'll have to probably.
Okay.
So.
Here you go.
Yeah, I just had a conversation with a Black Republican activist in New Hampshire, where I'm from, and he claims that Trump did better in the Black community because he distanced himself from people like Candace Owens, who badmouthed the Black community, the Black family, the out of wedlock statistics, and So I don't listen to her. I did, but I liked her. But now I'm wondering, what did she do? Or is
Yeah, I
that
don't
true?
know.
idea.
I
I'm not
don't
sure
think
either.
that's true in terms of Candace. I mean, look, Candace did some really weird to me turns, and I think she's been incredibly valuable as a voice, just like Kanye, incredibly valuable, certain points that they make. But look, everybody's an individual, and not some of these zigs don't make sense in the broader sense. Maybe she'll be able to explain it better later, but I don't think the black community, certainly not black males, worried about it. What she might have been, what that person might have been getting at, because of course it is a huge issue in the black community, interracial marriages. Black man marrying a white woman, white man, anyway, the other way. But it's primarily black males and white females marrying. That is a huge issue. Both of my brothers, at one time were married to white women. One still is. She's a great chick. She's been a great mother and addition to the family. But black women are particularly sensitive about that. Barack Obama could not possibly have been elected president of the United States if he didn't have a black wife. It would not have happened. And this is what Michelle knew, you understand, and part of the power dynamic of that couple. She knew that with 100% certainty. So, and of course, he was roped in to try and find a black wife so that he could be pimped to be a presidential candidate.
Yeah, I also don't trust any of the numbers having to do with black voting because it's all inner city, big city, and that's where the most rampant election fraud is.
Yeah, 100%.
Don't know if I trust any of those statistics.
Hi, guys.
Hello, beautiful.
What's up, my favorite nigga? And my favorite cracker.
Hey.
But which one's which?
So, can we all just say thank you to JB for keeping it real with us? Because come on. And it's a name that we both endure, right, JB? I prefer to call you brother because that's the higher name, and I know we share a father, so I love you.
100.
Brother with a hard R.
And I'm a little brother, my favorite little brother, my little big brother. I'm older than him, so I can pull the wisdom card with him, right? But anyway, really just it's not even a question, just a message of gratitude for both of you guys, but JB, especially for you. I mean, we are so lucky to have this brave and fearless man be used by God willingly on stage today. And he's just a prime example of you guys of what it looks like when you decide to exercise your free will to take back what the enemy stole. Our power.
Yes.
So thank you, JB. I
Thank
love
you,
you.
love. Thank
and
you.
I'm so grateful for you. And I love you too, John. I do.
Well, yeah, it's about lunchtime. So unless you got anything else you want to say,
I'm good.
Fun. It's been fun. I think we fixed racism.
Yeah.
We did it.
We're on our way.
Yeah. Cool.
Thank y'all.
Thanks, everybody. Lunch's out there.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I want to thank you. Like, you just a bit older than me, and I grew up in New Mexico. And I grew up in, I don't know if you grew up in, and I don't speak my native language because my father did not want us to have a Mexican accent. Because we're lighter complexion, so we fit in with the norm.
He was
And
trying
to stare at me like, oh, you got to
But
go
now
that
he's having to
side.
learn Spanish now.
So now it's hard.
Yeah.
It's like,
But we are Tiger fans. LSU.
Back there. Welcome back, everybody. Before we bring the next panel on, we got to give a birthday shout out to Mr. Chris Musgraves, our AV guy. You want to stand up back there? Happy birthday. We'll sing to you later, maybe. Okay, so if you thought we defeated racism earlier, we're about to do it again. Although, yeah, but we're going to double down on it. No, this should be a fun panel. What did you say you're talking about? Positivity? Okay, positivity. Cool. Well, come on up, guys. Let's do it. Over here, Cam.
Cam and I actually figured out earlier this morning that we're actually related.
Yep.
By blood. So
I think
it's not
second
so much
cousins, I'm not
defeat
sure.
of racism as it is a melding of the minds.
Yeah. The only thing I wanted to tell John was you guys defeated racism, and that's why you have the first 2 black panelists up here together. First time at Badlands, because JB and I have never been up here together.
So is Zach allowed to say it then?
I mean, he's
The hard
allowed
R?
to, but he probably doesn't want to. You
I've
can't
been,
tell.
I've been given a pass in the past, but I don't need to.
He texted me during that last panel, and he's like, "Say it, say it, do it, say it."
Well, my problem with you, John, is you're trying to tell a black man to say a word.
Yeah, what's up with that, John?
Yeah.
I'll save it for when we implement the slave auction, and then I'll
Perfect.
I'll purchase him and make him say.
Can I at least run the auction? Kidding, people, kidding.
All right. So this morning when Dave opened us up, he said something that struck a chord with me. The idea that we spend a lot of time trying to avoid pain in our lives. And personally, I've often found that painful experiences inform our lives in such a way that allow us to appreciate all of the non-painful experiences, the really beautiful things that we experience. And even more than that, the things that are terrible oftentimes end up leading us to profound realizations and the ability to overcome in a way that I think that perhaps didn't occur to you at the time that it's happening. And so, Cam, I wanted to ask you,
okay,
what's the worst thing that's ever happened to you? What's the most painful thing that you ever experienced?
Jokingly was right before this when my hands were ashy and I had to go get some lotion. But on a serious note, for me personally, death's always been something that's been in my life. I mean, it happens to anyone that has a big family. But it didn't really hit me until I had a close friend of mine when I was 22 pass away. And I was over in New Zealand, I've told you guys before, and I legitimately couldn't there wasn't enough time to get back for his funeral. Like, there was no flights. So there was no way that I could physically get there. And that really broke me down because the sad part of losing the first friend that you consider kind of like a brother to lose when you're young is tough. But that like hopelessness, or not even hopelessness, just knowing that I couldn't do something was very defeating. It definitely knocked me down for a while. But the thing that I find beautiful about it was my friend Tim. He had a beautiful heart and everything, and he'd done things in his life that he wasn't super proud of, but he wasn't like a bad guy or anything, didn't harm people or anything like that. But one thing that he always would teach me is like, make everybody around you just like happy. Like, if you guys get that from me, like I haven't always been like this. Like, I'm a happy person, but I haven't been like annoyingly happy. And like, and Tim was never annoyingly happy, but like, so I joined a new team when I met this guy when we were like 16, and you have to share beds with your teammates when you're on trips because it's 4 to a room. And I'm just like, I don't know any of these dudes. Like, I'm not trying to sleep next to any of them. And Tim's like, you can share a bed with me. And I'm just like, oh God. But he's like, that was his way of joking around and like being like, come on, man, like be part of the team. And so whenever I go places, I just try to bring everybody in together. And so for me, it's just, if you lose somebody, and it doesn't matter what they were to you, if there was something light about them that made your life better, make that part of your life.
Yeah. Brilliant.
Thanks.
So in 2019, I was actually living here in Massachusetts, in Western Massachusetts, in Amherst. And when I had moved out here, I kind of just like picked up and left. And I just took it for granted that everybody that I had left behind was going to be there when I got back. And while I was here, I had 2 really good friends die in a fire, totally unexpectedly.
Oh my God.
And I got the call while I was at work, like in the middle of my shift. It was like the busiest point of the day. I was running a pizza shop, so it wasn't like I could just pick up and leave. And I just had to like grind it out, totally in like the depths of despair. It was horrible. And you know, in that moment, I was like, you know, this is awful. I'd never lost someone so close to me. Like, my grandfathers had died when I was younger, but you know, I didn't spend like every waking moment with my grandparents. It was like, you know, you had this expectation that the older people in your life are not always going to be there, right? You know, but a couple of you know, young kids, you know, I think I was 20 years old at the time. You don't expect that the last time you give high fives at a party is the last time that you're going to see them. And so I like went back home for the funerals and then came back, and I was just never the same. I couldn't recover from it. But over the years, I've come to the realization that the people in your life are just so vitally important, and you can never take a single moment for granted. And you always have to remember that that might be the last time that you're going to see somebody. And so you really want to foster those relationships and never take anything for granted as you move through life, because you're going to meet people that are wonderful and you're going to meet people that are terrible. And even the terrible people might be able to teach you a lesson or two. But I thought that this was relevant in terms of everything we've experienced as a country over the last several years, because as we were sitting there kind of processing what was happening on election night in 2020, and many people were like, this is it. This is the worst thing that has ever happened to us. We will never recover from this. It's impossible. We're done. They're going to round us up. We're going to the gulags. And a lot of people felt that way. I can deservedly so. I mean, I can understand it. It did happen to some people. But now that here we are, 5 years removed from that moment, I think that objectively, personally, I can say I'm actually glad that happened. I'm glad that we had that collective trauma and experience as a country, because, if, in my opinion, if we would have just rolled into another 4 years of President Trump, we would not be in the same strong position that we are right now. And we wouldn't be experiencing this incredible resurgence, this new golden age of America. Because not only did it teach, I think, many of us a certain amount of patience and a certain amount of reverence for, how special those 4 years were, so that now when we get it back, we can really seize the day on all of this stuff. But I think that it also taught a large portion of the country who simply wasn't there. They hadn't gotten to that point yet. They didn't understand truly what was at stake and how bad that it could get. And what happened during those 4 years with the Biden administration, whether or not they were fully in charge, we saw the country begin to slip away. And at no point do I feel that it was ever truly to the point where it was going to be lost. I think that it was this necessary grieving process and a sort of collective lesson that we needed to learn as a country, so that now that we have this opportunity again, we can truly come together and each take a very specific and vital part in making sure that we don't ever get back to that point again. And I find that to be so valuable. And I'm actually glad that they stole the election in 2020, as much as it sucked.
Yeah, I feel like, so for me, 2020 was my moment of change, coming over to the light side, and in many ways. But the 2020 election was the first election I was ever invested in. I had been able to vote since 2008, didn't vote in any of them because I did not respect or trust any of the politicians. I didn't trust the financial system. I didn't trust any of that stuff. And going through that in 2020 with this community was a godsend. Like, to be able to have all of us, the tiny group that we were, even though we weren't as small as we thought we were, but in your little area, you only knew maybe one or two people, or maybe no one. You knew someone on the internet, maybe just by their anonymous name. And to have that community together, I think that, one, it made it easier, but two, to tie into what Zach said, like, because it was necessary, in my opinion as well, it was necessary to have, it made us value our relationships, and it gave us the ability to look past the labels and like the titles that they had given to all of us. Like, I'm looking out here right now, and it's funny, like, you don't really see any of the same type of faces, except I think Space Monkey has a doppelganger. I think it's Evan. but no, like, I'm looking out here, like, yeah, there may be people that get grouped into one category, but like, there are so many like former nationalities. I say former because we're all American, but like, everyone just looks so different. And they tried to tell us that no, the person next to you that kind of looks like you, that's your only ally. Everybody else is against you, and that's not the truth. So, I mean, I guess to bring it back to what you were saying, like, not only was it necessary, but it was a gift. It was a gift to be able to basically slow down during COVID and find your people. Because when you get to that, when you get your backs against the wall, you start figuring out who you can trust and who you can't. And you find out you can trust like the most random people that you meet on the internet, but you can't trust your friends or your family. And it's scary. So it's great to have this family.
You know, and I often think about, you know, if we had just transitioned into the second Trump administration in 2021, you know, would something like Badlands even exist? You know, like, would we have felt the need to create a community? Would we have felt, you know, this drive to come together with people rather than, you know, people just continuing to plug along with their daily lives and doing what they were doing and, you know, staying hyper focused on, you know, fighting that ever-present deep state that was still in control of so many of the levers of power during that time. You know, I think about the first Trump administration and people, you know, I really started doing the podcast because I was so disillusioned with the media and I saw what they were constantly lying about with Trump. And, you know, there was these narrative deliveries on things that were not objectively not true. And people were so caught up in accepting what they were being told because it was from an authoritative source. And I was
one of those.
Yeah.
Except for the thing was, sorry to cut you off, except for it wasn't the authoritative figures. Like, I didn't trust them, but I didn't see that their minions were the ones that were tricking me.
Yeah. And so everybody's collectively brainwashed and they're locked into this like pattern of thinking that, you know, like, okay, it's coming from this person on television. And so they have to know more than I do. And they have to understand it. I need somebody to explain it to me. And as people kind of started to break out of that, there was this like great animosity that rose up against the mainstream media, and people were so upset. And they're like, if only we could control this messaging, if only we had the ability to deliver the message. And so we took control of it. And I find it kind of funny now that we are in control of so much of the messaging. Like, you look at the Trump social media, you look at the White House social media, the Task Force 47, the White House posted a lo-fi Donald Trump music stream like 20 hours ago, and it's still going right now. It's just a meme of President Trump signing executive orders with a list of everything that's happened so far. And it's just this loop of music that's relaxing. You know, the idea is that we're just supposed to sit back and enjoy the ride. You know, I mean, like, this is incredible that it's happening. But what I find funny is that now, despite the fact that we do control so many of those levers of power, I see people so angry at like Pam Bondi for going on Fox News or like, you know, trying to take control of that message. You know, I mean, like during the first Trump administration, you know, none of that would have happened. Like, we wouldn't have had the access or the opportunity. And even now we've got podcasters coming into the White House press corps. And I look at what's happening and I feel like, you know, this is just the beginning of our golden age. I mean, it's just going to continue to get better from here. And so I really appreciate it. And I hope that they continue to do along that path.
Absolutely. What else do you want to talk about? I'm just kidding. So trying to think of where I want to start with this idea. You want to give me a feed in?
Is there anything you're disillusioned with?
I don't know if I'm disillusioned. Would I even know if I was disillusioned?
Well, that's on you, homie.
Yeah. But no, what I'll do is I'll talk a little bit about what I see from us right now. With going back into the Pam Bondi thing, we have to. Well, we don't have to, but we choose to fight in any area that we want. And if we choose to not fight in an area, then we automatically give that area over to the enemy. So if we're going into Fox News and CNN and whatever, and people are going on there, and yes, it may not be all the substance that we want. Not only is it not for us, really, except for the funny things that we get from it, memes and stuff like that, but it's at least giving some type of disclosure to the masses that only look at that. Like, as Americans, I feel like we all have a right to know information about our government. And for some people, that's all they're going to get. That's the first grade, second grade, third grade version of it. And that's all they're going to be able to take in. We have been really dumbed down as a country. So as much as it frustrates us, we don't go and sit and watch our kids shows all the time. Like you watch it to make sure to see what they're watching. Now, some of you, I know, I get it when you love your kids, but like we don't watch like elementary age TV. That doesn't give us the same stimulation as watching something that you say is for adults. It's usually not as complex. And some of these people, their minds are not that complex. And I'm saying that being one of those people that I thought I was so intelligent, and I was intelligent in some areas, but I was just so ignorant in others and so wrong in some. And when you have that blockage up, it's very hard to break down from that. So maybe Pam Bondi going on there and saying, we have these things that we're going to come out with, and we'll tell you later what it is. Like, yeah, obviously we know this. We don't even care about that. Like, what are you talking about, lady? But for some of those people, it's like, wait, I need to pay attention to Pam Bondi. What is she? She's the AG. What is the AG? Like, there are times when I was probably 20 years old, 22 years old, where I had forgotten government class and I didn't know some of the name, like the titles. And that's really sad. So just realize that we're going to have to be in an area. We're going to have to see things we don't want to see. We're going to have to be in areas we don't want to be in. We're going to have to watch people that we want to support do things that we don't like. And we have to push back on those people for doing those things. But we're all working towards the same goal. And to tie it back into what we've kind of been talking about before, we are being traumatized in a way still, watching people tell us things that are nonsense or unnecessary or just a waste of our time. But the fact that we're in that avenue, and the fact that we are pushing forward to the point where we will have not necessarily full control, but we will have the ability to shape the world that we're living in. We just have to focus on that. Don't worry about all the noise, focus on the signal.
So to tie it back into what we were saying earlier, I mean, I look at it in terms of like how we can capitalize on these small wins. And certainly there are definitely going to be people out there who are only going to get their news and information from the television. And the fact that the AG or like any members of the Trump administration are going on these, largely broadcasted programs and keeping that line of communication open with people, I think that it is so vastly different from what we experienced in the last administration. And the same with, the press secretary and, the constant conferences and, President Trump getting up and openly communicating, keeping that direct line of communication open through social media. It's just a completely different animal. But it's just this ever-present blanketing of the narrative coming from the administration and making sure that these very specific issues are remaining front and center in people's minds. And, it's like during the COVID BS, it was just COVID, Trump bad, COVID, Trump bad. And now it's all of these other issues that were simmering in the background and that perhaps people felt intrinsically were definitely something that needed to be addressed, but simply never were. And now we are fighting this battle with all of these corrupt elements of the holdovers from these past administrations that are still in the federal government, still in the media, obviously in the judiciary. And the more that we fight, the more that the message continues to be broadcast, and then it's amplified by podcasters and people on social media. I think that the more that it simmers into the consciousness of every single person, regardless of where they're getting their information, there are so many subjects that are openly discussed now. Like people have had problems with Tucker Carlson because he was on Fox News, but like he's had this sort of just revolutionary changing of the way that he looks at the world. And I think that that's due in large part to all of these various things that have happened over the last couple of years. Nobody wakes up until the moment they wake up. And at that moment, everything that they thought they knew to be true is completely just destroyed in front of their mind. And so, either they're going to have a mental breakdown or they're going to try to sort of sort through what all of that stuff is and divine what the objective truth is. And that's what I've seen from him on that front. And he just had Catherine Austin Fitz on his show the other day. And if anybody is familiar with her, the things that she's been talking about for years dovetail into a lot of what is happening right now in the country.
Who is she?
She was in the Bush administration. And she's like an accountant or an auditor or something like that. I can't remember exactly. But she found like $21 trillion worth of like untrackable funds over the years. And she couldn't figure out where it went. She couldn't figure out how it went. All she knew was that it was obviously gone and nobody wanted to talk about it. And at the same time, we've got Doge finding all of these various means to covertly send money all over the world. I mean, the fact that you could just start sending checks to people without anybody worrying about who the checks were going to or why the checks were going out is completely ridiculous. And, you know, think about how many years conservatives have been like, God, we've got to balance the budget. And then people in Congress are like, we should really balance the budget. And nobody balances the budget. Nobody even bothers to check and see what money is being spent or where it's going. It's like, oh, yeah, we got all these programs. We got to continue to fund these programs. And now they're finding out that a lot of that money was simply going to waste, fraud, and abuse. I mean, it's just payoffs. It's people lining their pockets. And that is, you know, essentially the American oligarchy. I mean, they've been living high on the hog. They've been sucking the wealth out of the American people. And, you know, we've kind of just suffered in silence. And now people are standing up and they're like really excited to see that all of these things are beginning to be addressed. And it's very, very early in the administration. And there is a lot of resistance from many different places. But the amount of progress that we've made so far, I just find to be, you know, astounding. And I think that it's going to continue to compound. It's just going to get larger and larger and larger. And it's going to allow us, I think, to really create the world that we want to see.
Absolutely. I think that not going back to what I said before, but continue with what you said, we're looking towards the future. Everything that we're doing is towards the future, the present and the future. But I say the future because we're building the future for the children that are coming after us. We're building the future for us because the ones of us that will still be here, we still have to live in this world too. And it's our ideals that are going to push it forward. They're ideals that this country was founded upon. We're really just bringing back, in my opinion, some form of decency. It's funny they say that about we're bringing decency back to the White House. Then they had all the other stuff going on, but it's just so cool to, like you said, seeing Caroline Leavitt. She's what, like 27 years old and fantastic at her job. Age doesn't matter. Like, it's intelligence. And then how old is Trump? He's 79? Yeah, 79. So think about the age difference. He's thinking up something. She's saying it out to the world. Think about that age difference. That's America first. That's MAGA. It's from the youngest, basically the youngest generation of adults to literally the top generation leading the country. It's so beautiful. And it was all through us. It was all through these guys coming up here and ladies starting their podcasts, and then getting people like myself or Ghost to be in the chat, or Jatriot. And then eventually we make it up here. And not that we made it up here or anything like that, but we felt that calling. Many of you felt callings in different areas of your life, and that's why y'all are here. And it's all to do the same thing. It's to obviously save this country, but it's more so to build the golden age that's coming, to build the future that we want. And honestly, it's just so exciting. I say this a lot, but it's just so exciting to be around people that care. It used to not be cool to care. It's cool to care again. It's cool to be like, that's not right. It's cool to, like when JB and John were talking earlier, it's cool for JB to come up here and just like completely destroy the race thing in a joking manner. But the only reason he's doing it is because he's like, first of all, they're just words. Second of all, no one's going to take my power from me. And JB's not saying that as a black man. He's saying that as an American. He's saying no one's taking power from me. I can say whatever word I want. I can do whatever I want within the law. And I don't care what the narrative is of the story with the girl and the boy and then the two boys at school. I don't care what the narrative. Obviously, you care about what actually happened. I don't care what the narrative is. What happened? Oh, this happened. This happened. Okay, who broke the law? Okay, cool. It's a lot easier to do things when you have a set of rules with decency involved. And then from that point on, all we have to do is continue doing what we're doing, which is just fighting.
Yeah, and fearlessly at that. You know, I mean, I remember early on in the Trump administration, like one of the reasons I didn't show my face when I first started doing the podcast is because I was living in Michigan and I was surrounded by people who were super liberal. And like most of the people on my mom's side of the family who still lived in town, they were absolutely virulent anti-Trumpers. And if they knew what I was doing, they would have just been all over me. My sister found out what I was doing and she cut me out of her life, wouldn't talk to me for years. Only now, in the last, I don't know, I guess a year and a half, we've started talking again. And I've got a nephew that I've never met, you know, but she's sending me pictures of him now. And she knows what I do. But I think also a big part of that is that throughout those 4 years with Biden, it just started to chisel away just a little bit here, a little bit there. And she started to realize that, like, maybe I wasn't crazy. And, you know, maybe I don't really like Trump all that much, but, you know, I can tell that what's happening right now is not what I wanted to happen. And I've had so many people reach out to me with that same sentiment, saying, like, you know, my entire life I've been a leftist and I just was bought into the narrative, what I was being told. And these last 4 years, I watched the country slowly whittle itself away, gradually, piece by piece. And one of the big reasons that people on the left have sort of been silent about this, I think, is because of, obviously, the brainwashing is so strong. But there's this, like, strong social, like, I guess, check that exists within the left. And I think it exists in the right to a certain degree too. People are afraid to say certain things. I've heard people say it before, you know, I mean, if you question Trump, then you're told that, you know, oh, how could you even possibly say that? But I think it's healthy, you know, dissent is healthy. We have to question things and we have to have healthy debate if we're going to, you know, really come to terms with, you know, what's happening and why it's happening and if something else should happen. Because otherwise, if you just kowtow to people, then they're going to do whatever you don't need a bunch of yes men, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. You need people who are going to challenge you so that, you know, you're going to be making good decisions. And I think President Trump has that. But inside the left, and I think this kind of ties back into the situation with this girl at the park, you know, people were so afraid to say anything that they thought might get them in trouble. Like, you could very quickly have your life destroyed online or even in your social circles if you said or did something that was outside of the boundaries of what was allowed. It's like, you know, the real life personification of 1984. I mean, people, they've, without even necessarily being told what they can't say, they know what they can't say. And so they're not going to say it because they just want their lives to be easier. A lot of that happened during the pandemic. You know, I mean, people didn't want to speak up because they knew that there were so many people who were like, Trump is killing people, or, you know, we're going to get COVID and die. And so we have to just go along to get along, or I don't want to lose my job because if I speak my mind at work, then they're going to suspend me or something like that. I'm going to have to take the jab. And obviously, I think that line of thinking is really, really dangerous because it puts people into this herd mentality. So we have to be willing to have the conversations if we're going to be able to move to a place where everybody is free to communicate and to engage in freedom of speech. Because without it, we end up just becoming lemmings and ending up where we were previously under the last administration, and that's no way to live.
Well, I'm going to ask you a question about that. So how do you feel people, obviously you can't tell anyone what to do, but how would you approach, say you're in a situation, we'll say with your sister. So if you want to start talking to your sister and giving her more information now that she's starting to open up, but you obviously don't want to overwhelm her with that, how would you go about approaching that?
So in general, I have a non-confrontation clause with people who are completely brainwashed, because I know that the vast majority of what I know or what I believe, they're not really going to be able to just handle all at once. I've been in a lot of different situations where I just like trauma dumped conspiracy stuff on people, and it completely destroys them. And they have that psychological break, or they're just like, Zach, I can't today. You know, like, I just want to eat my lunch. Why are you talking to me about this? So what I will tend to do is sort of just like soft insert things without trying to be overbearing about it. And like with my sister and I, specifically what we'll do is we'll send each other podcasts. And so like she started sending me things, and I was like, oh, this is perfect. Like, this is my end. So now I can send her something, be like, oh, tell me what you think about this. I want to know what she thinks about it before I tell her what I believe or what I think she should believe. And I think that when people ask questions and they show a curiosity in something, they're going to be a lot more receptive to information rather than simply being told, like, hey, you're stupid, you don't know what's going on. Let me tell you how everything actually is. I think that's really dangerous, and it's how you're going to start fights, really. I mean, because people are going to be resistant to it. People who have been told that this is the truth, once you try to tell them that this is the truth, and it's completely diametrically opposed to that, they are just not going to be able to handle it quite often, I think. What about you?
I totally agree with that. And before I get into what I do, I'll say that from the other, or flipping it to the other side, like that, the conversation that we were having the other day with the LGBTQ people, they came at us with what you said not to do. Like they came in with like, you guys need to know this. And I'm just like, do you know why we're here and what we've been doing to get here? Like, we don't need to learn anything from you, but they feel entitled to tell us how the world works. And we're all grown adults. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. Like, I don't go up to grown adults and say, listen, this is how you should do things. Like, that way of thinking doesn't make sense to me. But I understand why they do it, because they're not thinking. They're not critically thinking. They're NPCs. But what I do is, it's basically the same thing. But with my mom, it's like, actually, my dad's probably a little bit easier. But what I do is I just send them stuff that's like fringe Trumpism. So it's like, it'll be like anything that'll lead them. Like I'm talking like, I'll go steps away. Like I'll find a song that ties to someone that Trump used to work with, and then they had a podcast, or not a podcast. They did an interview, and they said one nice thing about him, and the nice thing they said about him will lead to a policy that Trump did, and then my parents will eventually go read the policy, and then they'll be like, policy, okay, and then when they see Trump, they're like, eh. And then they keep moving. But the thing is, now they're reading it. Now they're paying attention to it. So it's literally just getting them. So you know how some people, when they smell a certain thing, they just like gag, right? For them, it's literally like they hear the name Trump or they see anything of him, and they literally get sick. Like they've been conditioned to do that. It's almost like a Pavlov's dog thing, but in reverse. But yeah, once you get them past that initial reflex, obviously you don't want to go in too hard after that. But for me, it's like I tell them, I get them to that point, and then I let them do their own thing.
That's basically what I did with my mom too, because she was just a total doomer. When Trump won in 2016, she like came to me crying, "Mom, I love you. I know you're watching at home." She came to me crying, and she was like, "I can't believe this happened. You know, this was Hillary's time." And she was like, it was you. And I was like, yeah, it was totally me. I was like, this is awesome. I was so excited when Trump won, and oh God, the people in my life were not.
Oh man.
2016, 2017 was lonely for me, but so
that's so amazing.
So you know, when that happened, I tried to talk to her at that time. I was like, "Mom, seriously, it's not bad. This is really great. This is exactly what we need." And she just couldn't buy it. She was like, no, totally opposed to it, not willing, just broken down and completely closed off. And as the administration began, she was doing like little protest things, like with her friends, and like they were like, nothing like, too overt, but just like it was, they were doing whatever they could in their own little ways for activism against Trump.
They were fighting the power.
Yeah, fighting the power. And I was like, okay, I said, you do you got to do what you got to do. But just like every time something would happen, I wouldn't say that it was Trump, but I was like, oh, you're never going to guess what's happening. And then I'd be like, what do you think about that? Isn't that great? Like, don't you think that's a good thing? And she was like, yeah. I was like, yeah, that's a Trump policy. She was like, oh, I just don't know what to think about that. You could see the cognitive dissonance working its way in. And what did it for her, what flipped her, was Trump's attention on or child trafficking, like early on. And I was like, I just sat her down and I was like, listen, I was like, we can agree on this one issue. Like, this is a bad thing. If this is, and we know this is like an old issue, right? This is not new. This didn't just pop up. I said, why didn't Obama do anything about this? You know, why didn't Bush? Why didn't Clinton? Why hasn't anybody else in the modern times really addressed this? You know, why has it only now taken this evil man to address this problem that is universally accepted as bad? And she was like, I don't know how to answer that. But it made her start to think about it. And very quickly thereafter, she was like the biggest Trump supporter in the world. Yeah. Because if you understand the issue and then you recognize that, you know, it's institutionalized, and it has been for administration after administration, you know, suddenly here we are. And then on top of that, I was like, you know, now I got to tell you about the Hillary State Department scandal. Uh-oh. I was like, that's who you wanted to win. Now let me tell you who she really is. And it was, I was like right around that time too, I got her to look into the Podesta leaks. And that did it for her, you know.
Yeah, that'll send you over the top if you really dig into it.
Yeah, yeah.
It's impossible to like those people after you really, as long as you, I've gotten the few people that are like, how do you know that that's real? I'm just like, oh my God, we're really going to go through all this? The same people that tell me that the news is real.
You know what's funny is like, it's actually not impossible, because like before Trump was elected, when all of those leaks were coming out, I had started posting about this on Facebook. It was like when I still had a Facebook. And I didn't mention like Trump or anything like that, but like WikiLeaks had already been soured by the mainstream media. You know, they were, oh, they're working with Russia. They want Trump. And I was like, well, just forget about that. You know, let's talk about the issue of, you know, child trafficking. Let's talk about the symbols that pedophiles use. Let's talk about the coded language. You know, how do you explain that? You know, how are you going to rationalize to me that these very powerful people who have, you know, been fairly close in proximity to these issues, how are you going to tell me that, you know, this isn't something that should be addressed? And I had posted that FBI bulletin of like all of the pedophile symbols. I was like, this is not me making up this document. But people were like, you know, this is a conspiracy theory. And I'm like, go do your research on this. I mean, like, it's like from the government, all right? You know, and it's real. Like these things are legitimate. But again, because it was in conjunction with a conversation about WikiLeaks and then, you know, leading to Trump, people just, they couldn't get past it. So I was really glad that my mom was willing to at least consider it.
Yeah, I think the human trafficking, child trafficking, crimes against children, obviously, is I think you said crimes against children will unite humanity, or at least somebody on the board said that. And I think that it will, but the sad thing is that there are still people out there that they don't rationalize the act. They rationalize almost stopping the act, which is really weird to me. Like they say they agree with the concept of children not being harmed, but if they're actively working to in their eyes stop people that are trying to stop it, that's another mental hurdle that doesn't make sense to me. And that's actually what ended up helping me wake up. Was I actually am a critical thinker. I've always been a critical thinker. I just chose not to critically think. That was the problem. I had the ability, I just chose not to do it. When I started critically thinking, everything broke down. It was kind of like Zach was saying about his mom. When you start going in circles and you can't explain your way out, you're just like, I'm wrong. Like that's why I'm talking in circles, because I'm wrong. I don't know what I'm talking about.
The really messed up thing about it too is that like the media and the left right around that time had to flip the narrative and start. That's when they started talking about minor attracted persons.
Oh
and,
my God.
What was it? Virtuous pedophiles.
Yep.
Oh, sure, they're pedophiles, but there are pedophiles. Yeah. They're not actually abusing children. They just want to, and so we need to feel bad for them. But like obviously that's totally ludicrous. I mean, it's a mental illness. You're not going to get over that if that's what's going on inside your head. I mean, So they had to like integrate it into the culture, and that was like the explosion in the LGBTQ plus, all of the various symbols and stuff, all the different colors on the flags. Like if you guys ever look at the flag, like the one with like the arrow on it and all of the different colors, like those colors each represent some like specified kink that many of them they tie directly back into some sort of like pedophilic aspect. And I think that's totally why they started like the drag time story hours and stuff like that. I mean, like they wanted to I mean, it literally is the grooming of the children, because then they can desensitize the parents, desensitize the children to the idea of it. And then at that point, who's going to care about child trafficking? I mean, we're just doing it because it's part of our culture,
Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, I feel like all the things that they've kind of done with our culture is obviously changing what morale means, or I guess getting rid of morality in general. But yeah, I think the one great thing about their overt attacks are that they have to be overt now, because they've always been doing it. That's why we got to this point. But there's just so much. It's so hard for them to gain any ground, in my opinion, that they're throwing out all the stops. Like, and as much as we obviously talk about, we still have to fight and still have to do these things. Like, we joke about the trans stuff, and we talk about how we don't need to waste our time with it, whatever. But I remember like maybe less than a year ago, I guess, everyone was talking about it. It's really like it's out there, but it's dimming down too. What we're doing is we are drowning out all their bullshit, really, with truth. And the more we put that out there, I feel like the less space. There's only a finite amount of space, in my opinion. At least on this planet, there is. It's only a finite amount of space. If we fill it with all the good that we want in the world, then there's going to be no room for them.
Well, and this again goes back into the idea of capitalizing on something that's objectively negative, because these people have had to lean into these things so far. And like once you recognize that, like there's no way you can take that point of view. There's no way that you can be like, okay, well, I like some things about the left, but what I really like is the child abuse. I mean, like nobody's doing that except for the people who are like the most brainwashed and the people who want that to be a part of it. So as a consequence of that, they've completely exposed themselves. And, I think that most parents agree, except for the ones who want to turn their kids into trans, that, having men in women's bathrooms is obviously bad. Like that's something that should never happen. And that's sort of filtering into the rest of society. And it's just like an obvious issue, the same thing with the judiciary. I think people have been saying for years, the courts are corrupt and what can we ever do about it? But now they're exposing themselves to such a degree. I mean, I think that it's going to result in a necessary cleansing of much of that. Same thing with elections. Trump just mentioned on Truth Social arresting people in Congress, or maybe kicking them out of Congress. Yeah. I would love to see them arrested.
That'd be fantastic.
But expelling them from Congress because of the things they're trying to do are going to sort of codify the worst elements of the plans of the left. And we simply can't allow that to happen, because if it does, then it's very difficult to overcome, or it's going to become another generational thing. It'll take forever to go ahead and do it. We've got to move fast in these next 3 years. And I see that happening. And I find that it becomes easier the more overt these people become with their arguments and the sorts of things that they espouse. And I find that to be a good thing.
I totally agree with you. And I think the fact that that they're doing it obviously so overtly, they're being very extreme with it. It gives Trump the perfect cover to just be like, I'm arresting these people, and I will tell you every single, or not, he's not arresting them, but I'm sending down the orders, or Cash is sending down orders from the FBI, or whatever avenue is taken. We have a set of rules, we have a set of laws. They're breaking these laws. They're overtly doing it, and they're going to be punished for it. And when you have people in the right spots and positions of power and positions of authority, you can carry out those things. So I think that's why we're seeing this stuff. Obviously, there's going to be pushback until it's basically quelled, because obviously we'll never completely end this enemy because it's a spiritual enemy more than anything. It's darkness. But in this plane, in this form, we'll be able to get to where it's not very pertinent in our lives. And I think that we're at that, we've crossed over. I don't really know how to describe it. If you're going up a hill and you're coming back down, we've gone over the peak of the hill.
Crest.
Thank you. We've gone over the crest, and we're on our way down. And if it's a steep hill, man, it's gonna be a wild ride, and it's going fast. 100 days, we've done all this stuff, but it's gonna be 4 years in no time. Actually, we'll go 2 years. It's gonna be, or not 2 years. We'll go 2026, July 4th. That's the middle marker. Basically, Trump, in my opinion, has laid out. That's halfway through his presidency in his eyes, and there need to be a certain amount of things done. So I'm ready for the ride. I'm excited. This Trump train is steaming down the tracks, and let's see where it goes.
So the cleanup that's taking place in the federal government is so vitally important. And just yesterday, I saw that Trump announced that they were laying off like 1,200 CIA agents and doing a massive cleanup in the rest of the intel community. I don't know if they've announced any specific hard numbers or anything like that yet, but obviously that's super important. But the gradual, tear down of the federal bureaucracy continues to this day. And the more opportunities that Doge continues to find for people to be just sending money out into the ether, the less opportunity they're going to have to be able to fund these sort of radical operations on the outside and in the community. And I do think it's going to accelerate from here. I mean, I see the direction that it's going, and I really, really appreciate it.
Yeah, and I mean, you basically just said it, so I'm not gonna say too much on it, but cut off their money.
Mhm.
They're funding their avenues of moving the money around to those places that they need to fund. I mean, once they cut out, I guess it was, for me, it was USAID. Once that got cut out, and you could tell the way they were fighting, it was a big deal. Everyone saw, everything was exposed at that point. Once they were able to take away aid, because that's hard to sell. Like, I'm gonna take away helping other people. That's what they try to make it seem that way. They paint it that way. But
it's always the altruism at the expense of us.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. So,
we have a question.
Yeah. Comment.
As you said, I think we're like at that precipice, and I think we all have a sense that there's a lot of information that's going to be coming in some form or another. We don't know yet, but when we talk about the other side, I guess, what do you think? What, like, hypothetically, I guess, what do you see happening, like, in the country with reveals and some of these people having meltdowns or not being able to understand it? And what's your personal take on that? What you think is a real way things could play out? And are you gonna be loving and patient and nice and kind with as much as I don't want to be mean to anyone either, but at the same time, I would love to be like, I told you so, you know? So what do you think? I just think we're so close to that point. That's, you know.
I'm not going to rub
what do you
anybody's
see?
face in it, but I will certainly celebrate. And like, if anybody shows up at my house, be careful, I suppose. But I don't think that I think that we have avoided the possibility of any like hot conflict in the streets. And I think that with the removal of USAID money and also just like shutting down any sort of opportunity to fund these NGOs, that's removed any sort of threat of like a Summer of Love 2.0. I think that there isn't the funding that was there before to push these people out in the streets. They've had a couple of like mass demonstrations around the country, and it was really hyped up by the mainstream media, but it was all fake. I mean, like there was like pictures and videos that they were sharing, but they were altered with artificial intelligence, or they were just like layering the exact same group of people over and over. And the popular support against Trump doesn't exist. The popular support is in support of Trump. And so everybody that matters wants this to happen. I think that the people that are among the public that are against it are the people who are profiting off of it, and the people who are totally brainwashed by the people who were urging it on. And I think that it's becoming an increasingly smaller and smaller group of the American public. And some people definitely are going to go to jail. It's already happening.
Yeah, I would say I feel like I feel like, so COVID came around. We had 2020, the election, obviously rigged. There's no way they had, was it 81 million real lawful American votes?
Lawful American votes.
Yeah. There's no way that happened. Come to 2024, we wiped the floor with them, but they still get a decent amount as they continue to cheat, but just not at the numbers they could. I don't think, to piggyback what Zach said, I don't think that is the number. I think that it's all noise. When I'm out and about, there are plenty of people that are like the people we met out in the lobby the other day, but those people aren't actually like, you'll see a few of them out there, but you'll see like 4 people demonstrating in like blue areas. And the only time you'll see it any other way is like when Zach said, there's still some, well, I don't know if he said this, but there's still some paid people out there, agitators, but like our numbers are so much bigger than theirs. And they've always been. It's the illusion of it that puts us in that fear state because we think we're alone. But I mean, Badlands is huge now, but all these people, most of these people for the last at least 2.5 years have felt the same way. We just didn't know that. So it's really just, obviously you want to not necessarily be careful, but you want to be discerning, but just realize that most of the people around you probably want what you want. It's just maybe you're the one waking them up. Maybe you're the tip of the spear. So I wouldn't really worry about what they're gonna do because I really think that, like Zach said, it's been accounted for and it's like that stuff's kind of over. That's my opinion though.
All right, we have one more question and then we'll do final thoughts.
Okay.
Hi. Okay. So I have a question for you, but I would like to extend it to, I don't know if there's anyone in the audience that is an expert in psychology or anthropology or behavioral science. I keep thinking about what happened to you yesterday with the LGBTQ person or Ty, because that lady that approached him,
yeah,
right? So my question is, what do you think? I hate to make this an us and them thing, okay? But what do you think they have that entitlement to come to you and tell you that shirt is super offensive to me, or this is how you should do or should behave or whatever? So if we understand, because it's easy to say they're stupid or they're brainwashed, right?
Right.
So my point is, we would never go, imagine someone wearing like a DEI shirt or something, or a woke shirt. We wouldn't go there and say that shirt is super offensive to me, right? We don't do that. So what is the difference? Why the entitlement? Because if we understand their psychology, we can approach them, right? We can decipher how their reasoning works and approach them with a more constructive view of our side.
Right.
So I think that largely the mainstream media and the influencers in their lives have told them that they have the moral imperative, and they hear constantly that, you know, our point of view and the actions of Trump and the administration are not just, you know, a political ideology and certainly not something that's positive, but something that is a personal attack on them. Like you constantly hear that people, you know, are saying that, you know, we're trying to erase them or we don't want them to exist. Couldn't be further from the truth. I in my opinion, everybody has the right to be whomever they want to be as long as it doesn't infringe on other people. That's the problem, is that oftentimes what they do does infringe upon other people. And that's what they don't understand. They feel they have the privilege to infringe upon other people and to tell other people how to behave. And I do think that it goes back to the idea of the brainwashing. I mean, they've just been so acculturated to the idea that their point of view is the correct point of view and it's the only point of view. And as twisted as it is the moral imperative that they have to tell everybody else how they have to behave. And that's because they're being told how to behave and they have bought into it. And rather than trying to understand any opposing point of view, I think that oftentimes a lot of us do this, you know, like, why would they think this way? You know, why is it that they believe these things? I don't think that that ever occurs to them, really. I just think that they think, you know, you're evil, and so that's why you believe the things that you do. And oftentimes also, I think that they are without faith. They have no belief in anything greater than themselves or the state. And so when the state is your God, the state is the doctrine. And so that's what you adhere to. And if you're being told by your political leaders that, those people are your enemy, then you believe that those people are your enemy. And so that's how you're going to treat them.
Okay, we do have one more question/comment.
I just wanted to say that
Oh, I think you turned off there's a button on there. I have to hold it. Yeah.
I just wanted to say the panel started off with the topic of pain in our lives, and I invite pain into my life Monday through Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern with the OG Red Pill 78. So,
thank you.
That was awesome.
Yeah,
I got into it from that too, by the way. I used to watch Zach. I think I watched him on YouTube days when I was just into conspiracies. I was still kind of a liberal, whatever you want to call it, disaffected. But like I knew that we were being lied to, and I found a guy like him, and I was just like, oh, this is cool. So I'm watching this stuff, whatever, and then like, as most liberals do, over time you just start hating the world and all these different things. And so I didn't really pay attention. And then when I came to the other side, or came to this side, I saw Zach again on Badlands, and I was like, is that the same guy? And I'm like, he looks so different. And then
he's a lot darker and older looking.
And then the laugh when the laugh comes through, you're like, that's Zach. That is Red Pill. Yeah. Oh, real quick, I want to say one thing about the gentleman's last part. Their movement's a hate movement. Ours is a love movement. If you ask them what they love, it'd be very hard for them to tell you what they love. If you ask us what we love our family, we love God, we love our country, we love these different things. They hate Trump. It's not just Trump, they hate us. Their idea is just, it's hate. Their world is hate. And it's because of the last thing I'll say is because of what you said, the state is their God, and states die. They're born, they die, they go away. God is forever. God has been before we were here. Yeah. And he'll be here after we're gone. So yeah. I end with that.
All right. So, just to tie a bow on what we began with, I too invite pain into my life. Maybe not invited, but I accept it because I know that it's a part of life. There are good things and bad things. And in so many different instances, the worst possible things that have happened to me have really informed me and helped me to appreciate the beautiful things that I have in my life. And as I've said on so many different occasions, I have been sober now since 2018. If it wasn't for that, thank you. If it wasn't for the fact that I wrecked my life and got depressed and, looked to that as a refuge rather than looking outside of myself, then I wouldn't have been brought to this position where I am right now. I wouldn't know all these beautiful people. I wouldn't have had this evolution in my own life. I wouldn't have come back to God. I would be in a very different position. And I know that I would probably be focusing solely on those negative things. I definitely had like a victim mentality and like, why can't I get my shit together? And like, why does everything suck? And, it was because I hadn't been brought low enough to be able to bring myself back up again. And so I'm very pleased to experience all of the terrible things that I have so that I can love moments like this.
Well done, guys. All right, we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back for the final panel of the day. So about 15 minutes. We'll start up at 2:45. All right. Just waiting on our panelists. One quick announcement for now and for after. I'll say it again afterwards. But if you are from this area, New Englander, after the event today at like 4 o'clock, you guys are going to meet up here with the New Englander group. And Sue, where's Sue at? Oh, she's out in the hallway. I just gave her a shout out and she wasn't here for it. But I'll announce this again afterwards. You guys are going to meet up in this front corner afterwards and get connected to your local Badlanders. So let's bring up our last panelists. Come on up, guys. Oh, just right there. Okay, good luck. Ash and G-Money, no fighting.
So,
That's why I'm in
no
between them.
promises. I'd like to thank the Trump administration for setting us up perfectly for this panel today in suing the state of Colorado. So they are. I mean, that's a good way to start, I think, right?
Yeah, please tell me what's happening.
All right. So the Trump administration is suing the state of Colorado, Jared Polis, Attorney General Phil Weiser, and the Denver mayor because they're saying that the sanctuary laws of the state and the brief, which I haven't gotten all the way through, but I've gotten a good way through, goes through each one of the laws and why it's in violation. But it violates the supremacy clause, which is sort of bullshit.
Yes.
But it's an interesting conflict because the naturalization and protection from invasion are federal government authorities within the U.S. Constitution, original Constitution. These are authorities within Article 1 and 2. Congress has the ability to set these laws. The president has to ensure that they're faithfully executed. And the state of Colorado is obstructing that with their laws that they forbid law enforcement, for example, of cooperating with ICE. And so that's the setup of the case. Like I said, I haven't read the whole filing yet, but the state of Colorado is freaking out. Every single defendant issued statements to the press immediately. And one of the things you and I were talking about is the changes that have been happening in the state government of Colorado appear that they're gearing up for a fight. They're realigning legal resources, and they've filed a whole bunch of lawsuits against the Trump administration, but now they're on defense. I think it's interesting, but I also think that the supremacy clause is bullshit. And there's other cases where, for example, the Trump administration is suing, I think, New York and Massachusetts and Chicago over climate policies. That they definitely don't have the right to do, the federal government, I don't think. But when it comes to the immigration laws, because that is a statutory authority of the federal government, it's an interesting conflict.
Well, Texas, just real quick to the climate part, I think it was around 2010, Texas sued the EPA over regulations that they put in there. California's still going through the litigation. Texas wanted to restrict them. California wants to be able to make stronger restrictions. Go figure. But they actually lost that case on a 10th Amendment argument against the EPA in Texas. The California litigation is still ongoing. I'm with you 100%. And the supremacy clause is kind of absurd in certain facets. I think, like you were alluding to, the immigration and defending our borders is absolutely something that is, a responsibility of the federal government. So in that case, I think the supremacy clause is actually being effectuated the way that's supposed to be.
I just look at everything through centralization and decentralization. And I think that returning power back to the states, initially it's the people delegating their authority to the states, and then the states delegating their authority to the federal government. So anything that scales that back toward the states and then toward the people is an element of decentralization. And I think everything that is flowing in that direction is the right thing to be pursuing at this point. So there's that. And then I just love all of these court challenges that get down to these first principles oriented issues that absolutely must be decided in order to move forward. If we are going to have any form of the government that we were told we had as we grew up, these things have to be sorted out at some point. And, this is the process. And this is why I don't even get mad at the bad judges. Like, let them make bad decisions. Let it be appealed. Let's go all the way up. Let's get the final answer. And then we at least know how the lines on the field are drawn and the rules in the rule book are laid out, and we can operate within that space.
Yeah, I mean, Trump is just exposing everything, the courts, the judges, the IRS. But let's get back to like what the founding of this country was, right? Because this takes us back to the fight between, federalism and anti-federalism, right? Like this country was made for states to compete, right? For who had the best form of, governance. And then people would, with their feet, go to the, the place that made the most sense for them. And so, with the 10th Amendment, we see that precedent gets set because they basically have stretched, I think, the definition of the Commerce Clause. Shocking enough, right? Commerce. It's all about the money. And so they use that, and then they set precedent. And then, we're stuck in this ever expanding federal government, right? Like that's the problem. And you can't really fix the system with inside the system. Like, let's be honest, like, what are we going to do? Like vote and then get judges. And then like, that's just not going to work. So again, that's why I harp so much on this parallel system that's already being built to where we don't have to rely on these freaks in black robes to give our authority or our power over to. We can just self-govern ourselves. And so power should be within the states, and we should start hammering the federal government and reducing the size of it, like Trump is attempting to do.
So the federal government, the Supremacy Clause says that the federal laws and statutes are the supreme law of the land, and the states can't conflict with them. But it was written, it's Article 6, I think, and it was written for a period of time where the limits on the federal government were very well understood. What they have done, as G was saying, through the Commerce Clause and other areas where they've expanded their power, is that they've made it so that the federal laws of the land cover every single aspect of your life, and then they claim that they're supreme. And that's in direct conflict with the 10th Amendment, which says that all of the authorities that aren't laid out within the Constitution are reserved for the states and the people respectively. So when we say that the Supremacy Clause is bullshit, I think that's a scale, right? Of like how, like there is some, to Brian's point, there is legitimacy, I believe, in enforcing immigration laws. The states should not be able to harbor murderous rapists and say, we're a sanctuary for rape murder. But the federal government can't come in here and arrest the rapists and murderers and take them out. They talk a lot in this case about the Tren de Aragua takeover of apartment buildings in Aurora, which you guys might remember. We were told, well, that's not happening. That's misinformation by Trump. He just keeps saying that gangs are taking over. And there have been, like, every time they put up the migrant trading cards at the White House press conference, there's Colorado on there. And it's usually Tren de Aragua, but we also have MS-13 and the other gangs as well. So there is an argument to be made that we need federal immigration laws to have the supremacy over states. But you know what I think would be really hilarious about this from a narrative standpoint? With Abrego Garcia being deported, we've heard a lot about effectuate versus facilitate. And I think we might see the state of Colorado make the opposite arguments that they're making in that case, in this case.
I think it's an interesting statement on the power of the president to repel invasion. And the issue then seems to be, what if one of the states or several of the states want to allow an invasion in direct opposition to the president, who has plenary executive authority to look after the national security? He is the man tasked to do that. He is the commander in chief. That is his responsibility constitutionally. If he fails to live up to the responsibility, then he is violating his oath. He is breaking the law by not following the law. And we've kind of been twisted in a way to then think that our resistance, and this is a problem in the government, and it's a problem in the federal government, and it's a problem in the states, but that there's like the resistance to the duly elected president is somehow itself noble, despite the fact that it's in direct opposition to the law, to the needs for national security, and to what the person tasked with upholding that is desires. Even it can be as low as desire. Like, that's his position.
I don't think the federal government has any business in some of that stuff, to be honest with you. I think in the future,
immigration?
Well, to some degree, yeah. I think in the future, right, we're going to have these cities, these citadels, to where your energy and your access in and through these cities, you will pay a fee to provide your access, your safe access through these different communities. I think our whole societal change is going to happen through this freedom cities that Trump has talked about, right? And he's talked about these kind of experiments with new collective communities to grow and basically transition from this older antiquated system that we live in to where we're constantly fighting with the federal government and doing this other stuff, to where I think we're going to be more sovereign as individuals, and then we get to self-associate through this voluntary association.
Does that mean that people won't enter the country, the Freedom City, illegally at any point? Like, how do you
We
deal
will
with
have
the immigration
drones and
question?
robot dogs surrounding the perimeter, and good luck getting through those. Okay. General Quad
So government
satellites
force.
are going to beam down energy to our robotic dogs and our drones, and we will be completely protected. So good luck living in your open farmland, I guess.
Jeez, the Bitcoin extraordinaire
I didn't even bring it up.
Is lobbying, but you're lobbying for robotic AI dogs surveilling us.
My setup is going to be sick.
To Chris's point, everything that we're seeing right now with these sanctuary cities, and Ash and I have talked about it, and I think Chris and I have talked about this. President Trump used his authority under Article 2 to declare an invasion, declare Tren de Aragua, all these gangs as foreign terrorist organizations, transcriminal organizations. There's some evidence that's come out now that a lot of these Tren de Aragua Venezuelan gang members are actually operating in conjunction with the Venezuelan government. They have military handlers that are, call them sleeper cells for an old term there. But nobody has challenged that executive order, that declaration from the president. And until you challenge that, the Supreme Court has already ruled that this is beyond judicial review. Me and Ash called this long before the Supreme Court even chimed in, that this has been before judges many times, that the Alien Enemies Act is beyond judicial review. And so to push back on that is absolutely absurd, unless you're going to first challenge whether or not Tren de Aragua is actually a foreign terrorist organization, in which case I think a judge being able to tell the executive branch, the commander-in-chief, who's tasked with securing our borders and securing our homeland, for a federal judge to tell him that that judge knows better about what a foreign terrorist organization, that's a whole nother minefield that they don't want to cross. But everything they're doing right now is completely and totally unconstitutional. It goes against Article 2, and here we are. They still are pushing it through.
Yeah, and the one area that it's the Alien Enemies Act is not beyond judicial review, and we found this out in the Supreme Court ruling. This is what they decided is habeas. So if you believe you're being wrongfully detained under the Alien Enemies Act, you can bring that claim. They've tried to bring it as class actions. They've tried a number of different ways. They've jurisdiction shopped, but they're trying to say that anybody that might be considered an alien enemy has a habeas claim, and the courts were rejecting that class. The Supreme Court said it has to be brought with the specifics of the case in the jurisdiction where the person is detained, but the courts are now ruling in opposition to that as well. So the district courts are, Mike Davis talks about this a lot, the Article 3 project guy, that the courts are dangerously close to losing their legitimacy because they're operating outside of their authority. And the only thing that gives them legitimacy is that we believe they have legitimacy. The people believe that they're operating out of authority, and so we have to follow their authority. As soon as they start violating, and we're past that point, violating where they get their authority from and operating just, we're going to do whatever the hell we want, well, we're going to start believing that those courts are illegitimate, and then they will be illegitimate.
And then what are you going to do about it?
Yeah, well, that's right.
I'm going to buy Bitcoin, that's what I'm going to do.
I'm not even talking about that. I'm not even talking about that. No, but I like the way Ash is speaking. Absolutely. I mean, they've been illegitimate for a long fucking time, and so like, hello, like, what are we gonna do about it?
Well, I think at some point, the entire notion of judicial review needs its own review. That was kind of implemented in Marbury versus Madison. And the founding fathers, when they were writing the Constitution, had pondered judicial review and specifically chosen not to put it in the Constitution. But then Supreme Court Justice John Marshall, 14 years later, decided, no, that actually has to be in there. The court should be able to say no to the other branches whenever they want, not just render an opinion and allow that opinion to influence the people. And then again, for the people to influence the government, it kind of has a back and forth. It goes down from the courts to the people. The people then send it back up through their representatives and the president. That's not the system that we've been indoctrinated to believe is the real system. We are already in a distortion of the system, even thinking that judicial review is necessary, meaningful, binding, etc. It's not. They were created as a weaker branch for a reason, and that was completely overturned 14 years later. I think maybe a good framing for part of this conversation is what G was just talking about a couple of minutes ago, because that the way he just described the kind of dispersed corporate city states that operate as providers of services, and the people would choose to live in that city state or that city state or that city state, and the form of government within them could be whatever the people there choose it to be. And there's going to be systems of power there, but you might like the lifestyle they provide and want to sign up, and you would essentially be a subscriber to the place that you live. Now, that's very much The Sovereign Individual, which is a book that we've spent some considerable time with. That's a 1999 book that kind of goes into the early stages of this idea at the dawn of the information age, right before what they thought was going to be a destabilizing Y2K event. And now it's at the heart of what Curtis Yarvin talks about. And Yarvin is an incredible, like him or don't like him, I don't know how many people are familiar with him, but he is an incredibly influential thinker, particularly on people like Peter Thiel and then J.D. Vance, of course. But that's his design for the future, is just these dispersed city states where people sign up, and that's the life. If you like the life there, if you want to start a commune with millions of people and have your own land and territory and control over all that, you're welcome to do it. But if you want to live in a corporate, high-tech, like Dubai or Singapore-like city, you do that too.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it wasn't me that talked about these flying vehicles. It was actually Trump that talked about vertical takeoff landing vehicles and these freedom cities. And so those are going to be available to people that want to go test that out. Probably going to be zero taxes, and it's going to be voluntary association. But I think like we continually try to like do these legalese fights back and forth to where like we've been living in systemic oppression for like a long time. And you can't like fix the systemic oppression through more encoded logic, i.e. new judges, new congressmen. Like the only way to fix systemic oppression is through physical confrontation, right? But there's other ways now that we can provide that physical watts to protect ourselves and create these new cities.
Well, I'm going to bring it back to, I want to, so Ash, we're going to be reading Gorsuch Overruled on Badlands Book Club next, and I was texting her on my way out here that I started reading it a little bit earlier, and damn you, Ash, because it has my blood boiling. And so what I want to go look at in terms of the government and your independent cities, your freedom cities, that was the initial intention of the United States, was states had their own sovereignty. You know, what works for Florida might not work for California, might not work for New Hampshire or Massachusetts, and so forth and so on. And if you look at the way, and I got a lot of this from Gorsuch, his book, if you go back to, 1912, 1913, Creature from Jekyll Island, the creation of the Federal Reserve, the 16th Amendment, and everything else that came as a result of that, we gave the federal government at that point, carte blanche to print money however they wanted. Whatever you need, just hit that print button. And we always talk about how that increases the debt, but one of the things that we don't always necessarily talk about is the ability of the federal government at that point to exert influence over the states rather than the states exert their influence over the federal government. So prior to that, the federal government would have to come to the states first and say, hey, we need funding. Can we get funding? And if the state said no, they would say, okay, well, then we need to impose a tax for whatever it may be, a war that's going on, whatever it may be. Now it's just carte blanche. They just do whatever they want, blanket it out. And if you look at the expansion of the bureaucratic state, and this is well outside the Constitution. There is nothing in the Constitution that gives a fourth branch of government the authority to write legislation, pass regulations, enforce those regulations, and also have the courts, administrative courts set up in order to try these things. So, the EPA, if you get fined by the EPA and you decide to challenge that and you go to court, you're going to a court with the EPA. You're not going to a federal court. You're not going to a constitutional Article 3 court. You're going to a court that is run by a member of the EPA, an employee of the EPA, and they're making the decision on what happens with your case. And you can appeal it from there. You can go to, I don't want to get too much into the book because that's going to be a fascinating Badlands book club. But that bloat has grown. I was taking some numbers down. From 1969, lobbying in DC to 2022 has gone from $40 million in 1969 to over $4 billion today. Grants from the federal government to states in 1969 went from I think it was $7 billion to over $70 billion in grants to states to over $700 billion today. And all of those grants come with, you must do this. If Florida has to do this, California also has to do this, and so does Texas, and so does Michigan. And and I'm sure Chris will jump on this because he hates the Reconstruction amendments as much as I think anybody. And that's what it all ties back to is the 14th Amendment.
Well, yeah. And I mean, the civil rights stuff we were talking about before, essentially the 14th Amendment made it possible for the federal government to be involved in all business transactions and in all personal transactions and relationships to ensure that there was no slavery. As I suggested yesterday, think that we still have quite a bit of slavery. And I think that we have a slave trade. So that didn't work, but it did give them the opportunity to involve themselves in every single transaction and every single thing we do. And now we embrace a surveillance state that actually tells them every single thing we do. And when they decide to legislate or prosecute on those bases, they can just do it.
Well, now we have a system to where we can make transactions without anybody's interference. Think about that.
That's great. I wish everybody would sign up for that.
What's it called?
What's it called? Yeah, I don't know.
How does that solve our immigration problem?
XRP.
I don't know. There's people in this room who've actually built technology to actually scan our border, to actually have all those drones and all that different stuff. And so the technology can be used along with AI.
Well, right, but who's watching the feed? Like, so you're sending out drones, you're sending out, camera drones, getting the information in, whatever you're doing with all that technology. Who's on the other end of that technology, monitoring and making decisions?
Mark Zuckerberg.
Well, is it the Freedom City Leader Collective?
Yeah,
like without a federal government at all, the immigration problem, if you're super decentralized and you have all of these different ways of doing life inside the interior, which was part of the original design, right? The laboratory, the states were meant to be kind of laboratories, and you do what you want within them as long as you don't cross certain lines. But in that model that you're describing, who's watching the border?
Depends what citadel you're in. Who's your techno king, right? Are you going to be one that's going to have, one that does not want these, unwanted individuals in there? Are you going to have a society that does want them? And let it play out, you guys. If the idiots that want to bring all these people into their cities and let it fail, it's going to fail, right? People should be able to choose if they want to live in that shithole, right? Look at San Francisco. Look at Boston. People, you get to choose. That's the greatest thing. I know, I've been here forever. I love this. Okay, well, maybe you should move, right? Maybe you should go somewhere else, because I think people should have the freedom to be autonomous and to move wherever they want to be, to where they can have the choice. Now, having these overreaching overlords that want to protect everything, then you get we get back to the same problem we're going to have down the road. So
But
I
it
think
doesn't sound like a nation, though, that you're describing. It sounds like you're describing a bunch of different nations that share a landmass.
no, not really. You're just stripping the federal government of powers they've never had and nor should have.
Immigration powers they've always had, and
Says who?
I think should have. It says the Constitution.
Okay, well,
Article 1, Section 8, Clause 4, I
Okay.
believe, is
Well,
the natural.
we're going to
naturalization
move
powers.
into a new world, Ash.
Which, by the way, that administrative
Okay.
that judge kind of made her own interpretation of who determines citizenship in that ruling we were reading about. That was pretty shocking. But gee, man, you're conceding defeat if you just get up and leave. Like Thomas Jefferson, long train of usurpations, man, cast off the government and make new forms of government. And that's what I think is, what we need to get back to, is being able to take back power from tyrannical governments, and a lot of that goes back to what I was saying before about the bureaucracies. That is the most shocking thing I learned reading so far. And this is the last thing I'm going to say about the book. I don't want to spoil it too much. We have about 5,000 federal laws that have been passed by Congress with criminal implications.
Allegedly, because nobody knows how many there are.
Right, because this is federal laws with criminal implications. They say it's around 5,000, meaning Congress got together, decided this is a law, we're going to pass the law, president signs it, goes through the whole, creation, Schoolhouse Rock, that whole process. The Federal Register, bureaucratic regulations, 300,000 regulations that have criminal sanctions attached to them. Nobody here voted for a single bureaucrat, not one. And they have 300,000 laws, 60 times more than our U.S. Congress has passed.
Well, yeah, and as you were saying before, those laws are often adjudicated in fake courts. And I know G was like, all the courts are fake, but these are literally fake courts. Like the SEC in Jarkessi last year had fake courts overturned. They're not allowed to hold their own courts anymore to determine securities disputes. That's a huge win. And a lot of this comes under the Administrative Procedures Act. And this is like what Chris was saying, I'm glad all these things are being resolved right now. I love it when they sue, because we're clarifying the authorities, and we're clarifying the APA is being stripped of its authority as we speak. We saw a lot of that in Chevron being overturned, Chevron deference being overturned. We're seeing it with these secret courts in Jarkessi. There's a bunch of APA cases. Part of the immigration case that they said, habeas is the only way you can bring a claim in the Alien Enemies Act. The reason that was before them is because they tried to bring claims for these migrants under the APA, and the Supreme Court said you can't do that in this specific act. So we need them to clarify these things. It comes back to the legitimacy of the courts. Those SEC courts had legitimacy because all the parties and players said that they did. They all participated in that charade, in that facade. And then, eventually the Supreme Court says you can't do that anymore. That's fantastic. How many more domains of this are going on where there are just powers that the bureaucrats in the administrative state have created for themselves, and we all believe they have authority, so we're letting them do it, and we should be shutting them all the way down.
To allow them to do it is some signal of our consent to what they're doing. And so that's a problem that we actually have to handle for ourselves by no longer consenting to these things and making our voices heard, whether it's within a family, within a local community, within however far your voice can reach. That stuff is important. The conversations are important. The principles underlying the conversations are the most important, because once the principles are adopted, then people are able to apply them to all of the situations that they'll end up confronting. And there was one other thing I was going to say, but I got off it. So one of you guys go ahead.
Well, in order to take it back, obviously we would have to have free and fair elections, which we have no semblance of whatsoever right now. But in addition to that, for those that may not have caught this episode of Why We Vote, in the Curling V case, a federal judge ruled that you don't have the right to vote.
Oh, and it took him how many years to get to that point?
Like 8 years.
Yeah, 8
so,
years.
So in the Curling V case, for those that don't know, that's the case in Georgia that went on since like 2017. In her ruling, the judge ultimately said that in casting your vote on the machines that they have in Georgia, you are not being infringed upon your right to vote, impeded, or in any way, shape, or form. And that's where your right ends. You don't have a right to ensure that your vote was cast properly.
There's a strong correlation between people who vote and people who pay their taxes. Okay? Evidence of some people on stage. No, but like, look, like you guys are talking and arguing like a couple of Karens at high school that like, mommy, daddy, they won't let me do this. Like, why are we still consenting to this system of permission and control? And we need legal clarity. Fuck this shit. Like, really? Like, what are you guys doing? Like, there is like, you guys are talking like gardeners in this war that we're talking about. You guys are like out there gardening, like, oh, like let's click this box, click that box, let's vote, let's pay taxes. And so you're directly supporting and aiding and abetting a criminal enterprise. And there's only one way to solve this. Now, I know it's not easy for everybody to understand, but like you're not going to encode more logic into this system to ever make it right. And even if your people are there and you're going to be happy, like that doesn't fix it either because it was fake to begin with. So, this all comes back to sovereignty. This all comes back to stop complying and stop giving your permission and giving full irreverence to any authority that is not within like any kind of fairness, right? Like what was that law what was that thing that he said where any law that is not just is basically you ignore it? What was it, the Marbury?
Repugnant to the Constitution is void. Yeah.
Exactly. And so, like, just ignore it. Move on.
Did you miss the part where I said there's 300,000 federal regulations that carry criminal sanctions? You ever been in a shootout with armed agents that come to enforce those regulations?
Not yet.
Let's hope not.
I think the other thing about what G was just saying, and this is actually part of the point that I forgot earlier, is the court and the legitimacy of the court and the legitimacy of the government. All of this relies on the projection of abstract power. And for abstract power to be made real, it requires people subscribing to a belief that the abstract power is actual power. And we are watching that erode in public right now, which I think is a really hugely important step, because if the power is going to come back to the people, and I believe Donald Trump when he said that he's returning power back to the people. And if the power is to be returned to the people, then the people have to understand that those holding power right now, in violation of their oaths, in violation of everything that we were taught our country represents, it has to be ignored and nullified by the people. The people are the ultimate authority. And if they didn't need us on their side, the propaganda and the censorship and the fake elections would not be necessary.
Boom, boom.
Do you guys want to take a question?
Sure.
Several GARTs back, I actually asked the question, why now? Why is this happening now? And it's something that's stayed with me. And I've learned to appreciate Chris Paul and G Money. And
we're an acquired taste.
You guys are, for real. And I started pressure testing against my younger relatives a lot of what Chris Paul and G Money have said. And I think I have an answer for why now. And I think if you talk to the 40 and younger crowd, they are very disenfranchised. And I think if we do not change, if we continue to pontificate and slow roll the change, in our time, we will see kinetic conflict. I come from a very educated family. Everyone under 40 is very educated. They work hard. They have families, but we are very close to the tipping point. And I think G Money, while he does seem extreme, my younger relatives, I bet you they could relate to him. And so I would challenge us all to pressure test with our friends and family below 40 what G Money and Chris say, because I have come around. And I think it's all of our responsibility in this room to protect our young and do whatever we can to save the Constitution and whatever it is. So thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
And I think that the why now question is a really important question. And I think that a lot of people understand the theories about the turnings, and we're in the fourth turning, as they say. You know, Matt Ehret and I were talking yesterday about the kind of cyclical revolutions that have happened all around the world. And we had 250 years ago, the American Revolution and similar revolutions in Europe. And then we had about 75, 80 years after that, we had the Civil War here, which was its own kind of revolution, and other revolutionary movements around the world at the same time. 75, 80 years after that, we have World War II. 75 years, 80 years after that, here we are right here in another one of those periods. And there's obviously been a lot of work done about what makes this happen and what this phenomenon is. But if you understand it in the way that we were talking about it yesterday, as this playbook that is just played out over and over again, cyclically, all around the world, because it continues the process of destabilization. Once things are destabilized, you infiltrate. Once you've infiltrated, you begin to take over and implement a new system. Once the people reject that system, then the cycle repeats. And it's funny because 75, 80 years is about the human lifespan. And so every time it comes back around, you've essentially wiped out the living memory of the last people who saw it the time before. And so I think that that's why now.
Yeah. So for me, I love the idea of the freedom cities. I love the ideas that you put forward in Gtopia. I want to understand the how. And you know, in reading our secret constitution, the thing that makes my blood boil about it is they could have baked in the anti-slavery stuff into the existing constitution with the existing constitutional principles. They didn't do that, and they didn't do that on purpose. They didn't do that because they wanted to set up these alternate structures and shadow powers. And at the time that was happening, you know, the country was attempting to heal from the Civil War, and the people weren't really engaged in the process of figuring out those amendments and figuring out what was working on. A small group of people that wanted to punish their enemies and things like that we're in a similar period now, and we keep hearing that we're in this period of transition. The period of transition is a time to question. It's a time to ask how it's going to work. It's a time to lean in and figure it out so that your voice can be heard in shaping the solution. And that's the part that concerns me, because we're sprinting towards a technology-enabled future, and nobody wants to talk about the technology. Nobody really cares how it's going to work. We're talking about the end state outcomes, and that, in my opinion, is a very dangerous position to be in.
Yeah, thank you. This is a really important question. And the lady that was talking about the young generation under the age of 40, it's a really important point to consider. But there's a historical example under the category, there's nothing new under the sun. It was World War I. It was England. And in England in World War I, as they were looking at new technologies, and they felt like they were the most powerful country in the world, using Napoleonic warfare, lining up shoulder to shoulder. They could see the development of the machine gun. They could see the development of gas as a weapon. And if you were a young man in England that was asking the question, what are these technologies and what does it mean in the art of war? What does it mean for how you win? You were ostracized. And the perfect example is Winston Churchill. He was the one saying, England, slow down. Do not rush into the trenches of World War I because we don't understand how the tank and the machine gun and gas warfare is going to affect the tactics, techniques, and procedures of Napoleonic warfare. We need to study it. We need to be careful. We need to be cautious. But they literally were propelled by this sense of aggressiveness. And I know that sense. I mean, as a warrior, I know that sense of to hell with it, damn the torpedoes, full steam ahead. And after England lost an entire generation of everybody under 40, every one of your kids and grandkids are dead. And our generation in this room asked the question, why did we lose an entire generation of men? Because we were so anxious at solving the problem. And Dr. Fisher, one of their greatest academics, did a study to answer this question. And the answer was, it was not due to a lack of aggressiveness or a lack of precision or capability or ethos or nobility. It was a country stuck in a mindset where they could not have vision about how you transition into a new age. And it is all about timing. And so as they ostracized Winston Churchill in just as they were entering into World War I, and he was literally put in the penalty box of politics until they reached back and resurrected him before World War II, because they could see the same problem, where they didn't have an answer to mechanization and blitzkrieg of Hitler and Germany. And that's where Churchill helped them take their time to develop a strategy that was superior for the transition. The analogy does apply to what we're going into. And G-Money is right that this is coming. This is going to be a part of a future where we can take back our power in ways we didn't even think about in the industrial age that are coming in the digital age. But there's also the balance of not just letting our emotions of the fact that we are prisoners and we are slaves rush in where fools should not rush in. And the young generation, it's the old saying, if you're not a liberal as a youth, you don't have a heart. If you're not a conservative as an older person, you don't have a brain. The young generation has a tendency to rush in where fools should not. And so as we think about these institutions that were put up for a purpose, one of the important principles that I'd like your reflection on this critical question of how aggressive do we approach this as a class of warriors in this room going out to plant the seeds of a revival, of the truly restoration of our country, which is why we're here, asking this question of timing and understanding. Because anytime a new leader comes in or a new generation comes in with a new problem, it's very tempting to just tear down the old institution. But if you don't understand why smart people, as smart as you, built that institution, even though it's been corrupted, even though it's been bastardized, and it is no longer serving the function it was designed to serve there, you could regret tearing it down before you have built and tested the new thing that does the same objective that has not changed. It would be like living on one of these islands that's a cliff on all sides, and somebody built a fence around that cliff so the kids could play free and run around and never worry about falling off a cliff. Some new leader comes in and says, why is that cliff there? It obstructs the view of this beautiful, beautiful cliff. They tear down the fence, and then a child falls off. They're like, damn, now I know why they built the fence. I wish I had thought through this before I tore down the institution that had a purpose. The institutions of the future will be different than the institutions of the past. When we went from the agrarian age into the industrial age, we didn't need kingdoms and serfdoms, but we tore them down so quickly that chaos, violence, and death ensued. The same happened in every epic change. And that's really, in my humble opinion, why President Trump is taking more time than we would like. Because I think he has this sense that if we move too fast, we could lose our young and regret it. But G-Money and Chris, they're right in the sense that if we miss that tipping point, we may be enslaved where we can't get out of the problem. Where is that balance? This is where the wisdom of the old generation actually come into play, where you study, you learn, and you're careful. So the question for the panel is, where are we at right now? The timing. Why now? And is now the time to say, I'm not abiding by any rule, any institution, because you're all corrupt, and I am enslaved. How much time do we take for this to work? Over to you. What's the answer?
That was awesome. That was really great. No, I think you're seeing this slow transition like we talk about, right? You're seeing Doge expose all the corruption of the IRS. You're seeing Trump talk about the External Revenue Service. You're hearing Elon talk about, oh, we're going to put budgets on the blockchain, right? We're going to provide more transparency. That's what's so crazy when the people got angry at that couple for wearing those Doge shirts. It's like, how could you be against exposing transparency? It makes no sense, right? And so transparency and open source is literally the way this future is working. And so he's right. We have to kind of like read the tea leaves of where Trump is taking us, right? When do these freedom cities start? People in this room should be the first people, your children should be the first people to sign up for those cities. We should be creating that new world. And I think it's going to be amazing. And we get to kind of test that out. We get to kind of test out these new ways of governance and consensus. And so I think, when we have that big celebration, the big birthday, I think there's going to be a lot of signal when that happens next year. And so, look, I know as Bitcoiners, you can join this revolution that's not going down and, beating people's doors down and not following all the rules. You don't have to do some of the crazy stuff we do, but you can learn about it and you can just chill. Like a lot of us just chill and, I don't even pay attention to a lot of politics. I'm doing my own thing and I come back, hey, give me the download. What happened? I don't even care. Because I know it's going to take time, right? I literally realize I'm like, it's going to take forever, but waiting long enough as it is. And I'm not going to be rushing in to do anything. I'm just like living my life by my own rules and my own instincts. And so, whatever happens, happens. But at the same time, like, we don't know how to live like psychopaths like me. We can just put our toe in the water, get some Bitcoin or whatever, and then, see where it ends up.
So you don't want everybody to develop laser eyes immediately?
No, I do want that, but you don't have to be a full-blown digital 1776. Don't pay your tax guy, but we're here when you're ready to join us.
So I think what G is saying, I agree with that, and I've been the hardest person in the world. I'm begrudgingly accepting technology. I use artificial intelligence more than I used to by a long shot. But to G's point with Doge and everything, that's going to peel back the layers of the bureaucracy, expose how corrupt it is, and actually hopefully move us in a direction, as President Trump has alluded to, of abolishing the federal income tax, maybe even going as far as repealing, the Federal Reserve, pulling it back and just demolishing it completely, and then leaving it open for, something like a cryptocurrency like XRP, of course. Just kidding, like Bitcoin. But to Chris's point and to the general's point is we are in that fourth turning, I think, and we are going to be going through that transition within the next, I don't know if it's, 2-3 years or a decade, whatever it may be. It's going to go incredibly quick. The one thing that scares me is we're not even laying the guardrails out right now for that. And what I mean by that is, of course, the digital Bill of Rights that I would like to see more than anything, so that I understand how these technology platforms are going to be used, not just to benefit me and society as a whole, but to spy on us and to be weaponized to kill people, because that's what the government does with every new emerging technology, is figure out how to use it to kill people.
Yeah, always. That's kind of similar to where my head is at, because it kind of your position right on this kind of sounds, it's very trust the plan to me.
G-topian.
Like I missed a whole bunch of news. I don't even care, right? Like it doesn't matter what's going on, whatever it is, it's going to work itself out. But giving power back to the people and trusting the plan are at odds for me. Those are two concepts that are at odds. I don't have a problem with the speed. It's not too slow or too fast for me. I think it's rapid, actually, in terms of how the government usually changes. It's very fast right now. I don't have a problem with the speed. I have a problem with the transparency. The lack of transparency. If you're giving power back to you, the people, then you, the people, have to have the data to be able to make decisions. You have to have the ability to understand what's going on. And that is still very much being kept from us in a number of domains. That's the problem that I have. And that's where I feel like we need to lean in. We just in Colorado yesterday, I didn't do anything, I was here, defeated a bill to limit open records. And they've been trying to limit open records. Now, they already violate all of the open records laws, but it is important to them to change these laws because they keep going hard in the paint at trying to do it. It is going to matter, I think, as the courts, as we purge corruption, as we try to, rehabilitate or eliminate institutions, as we the people decide to do, then some of these things will matter. Transparency is important. If we have I think government at all of our levels should be transparent with what they're doing. I understand there's, national security things and this and that, but they violate the hell out of that, right? I mean, that's government gangsters and the over redactions and all of that. Right now, it's all being abused. It's all being perverted. It's all corrupted. Some of the institutions will have to go, but we need to, as General Quast was saying, make thoughtful, intentional decisions based on sound information and data, and that's been very difficult to this point.
I think all of that is exactly right, but the flip side of that is that the people actually have to demand the information be disseminated. They have to hold people accountable, and the truth is that they have to be able to form the beliefs on their own with the information that we already have, because there's a lot of people out there who think that election fraud is a complete and total myth. The proof of election fraud was widely available in the days after the 2020 election. And the truth is, it was widely available before then. And that's why the Democrats were producing movies like Kill Chain that had an hour and a half worth of examples from the country's election machine experts showing that the machines were vulnerable, wide open to manipulation, and could not be expected to produce reliably accurate results. That proof's already been there. The proof on all the things that we are like, oh man, I hope the government tells us soon what they did about 9/11 and what they did about Epstein. We're still hoping that the government tells us what they did about JFK. That was 60 years ago. And we're like, oh gosh, I can't wait to form an opinion on this.
Anna Paulina Luna is right on that.
Una Panuna. If the people aren't prepared to form their own beliefs based on the available information, and they're waiting for the television to say, oh, it's like this now, tell your friends, we're not going to go anywhere. And to say one last thing, in terms of the timing and how quickly this will go, I think that right there is the determining factor on how quickly this will go. Because if we are waiting for something, for signs that things will be stable throughout the transition period and in moments of great change, the only thing that's going to stabilize that is the people stepping up, understanding the changes as they're coming in, accepting them, being able to communicate them, and being positive about them.
Yeah, and look, Trump has laid the groundwork for us. When a military goes in and, attempts to attack an enemy, they usually soften up the target, right? They send the big bombs over before the troops come in and clean everything up. And so, I think a lot of that's already been done for us. Trump is taking wrecking balls to these old antiquated systems. And I'm on the front lines going, come on, guys, it's cool to come out of the forest. And some of you guys are still in the forest. And General Quast is probably halfway, and I'm probably way the hell over here. And Quast is trying to pull me back, but he's trying to pull you guys forward. So I think it's about moving this Overton window and figuring out where that's at. And so I think you can take all of this information and make up your own mind, right? Build your own mosaic of truth and figure out if you're with G Money or you're kind of with Quast or you're still going to be gardening over here. It's up to you, really. But I think this is the tip of the spear. And my fear is that if we get too complacent and we wait for too long for Trump and everybody to do it for us, well then what the fuck? What's our point here? Are we the masters of our own destiny, or are we going to be completely told what to do for the rest of our lives? And so that's where I worry. I worry about complacency, and I worry about waiting for Daddy Trump to wipe my bummy every time something happens. Right? No. We have to move forward, and we have to choose our own destiny.
The thing that doesn't sit well with me with what you're talking about here is as this technology develops, it is absolutely just blood red with the federal government oversight, funding, and everything else behind it. And as we develop these types of technologies and whatnot, it's no longer at the private level that this is doing. It's public-private partnerships with the federal government. And if there's one thing we've learned about the federal government over the last, 150 some odd years, it's that they will do whatever the hell they want and they don't give a shit. And so that's kind of the one thing that I'm still wishy-washy about, is figuring out how to, take that massive amount of influence out of this technology and be able to disseminate it to the people and to the individual states and local communities without having the federal government being able to utilize that for the, spying and everything else that we've been talking about. That's my biggest worrisome thing.
Well, I think it's not, and to Ash's point earlier too about you just trust the plan. No, like I can verify it. It's open source. Like, how does it work now? Can you explain how it works now? Like Chris said, you're waiting 60 years for the JFK files. That's ridiculous. And so like, we can use these new open source technologies. Trump is talking about open source. Elon is bringing transparency. Like, you can read the tea leaves and see like, this is exactly where it's going. Like, some of these technologies just wasn't just birthed out of nothing. Like, there was a systemic plan to usher us into this new golden age. It wasn't just happenstance. The military has been working on this stuff for a long time. It's specific military technology. And, like, Trump signed an executive order about a stockpile, about a reserve. Like, the proofs keep coming on like my side. Sorry to it is. And so like, you have to have some like confidence in your leaders that like they're doing the right things and you're moving with what their direction is in the golden age.
Asking me to have confidence in our leaders is,
I mean, specific leaders, right? Like,
Trump ain't gonna live forever.
Absolutely. And that's why we have to take the reins.
Are the military applications of where the technology came from open source that you can verify?
No, they're highly classified.
Chalky 56, TCP/IP. You want me to keep going? Tor browser, GPS.
Bitcoin specifically.
Okay.
You
Yeah.
said mine's open source.
I
can
explained it.
verify it.
Yeah.
Then you went a little further down the spectrum of trust the plan. You have to have confidence in your leaders that they're doing the right thing and you have to follow them. Can you verify the underlying software premise that you have? Is that open source that you can verify from a technology standpoint?
I believe that the people in this room understand the Q plan. Do people here understand the Q plan? Raise your hand. Who understands the Q plan? A lot of people here, I think, understand the Q plan. Understand the Department of Energy, okay? Understand Tesla technology coming out of the woodworks for everybody, okay? We are ushering into this new technological age, and patriots have provided technologies for us to harness and use to get there. And there's multiple proofs, Tesla, Trump, Bitcoin, Department of Energy, all this stuff is culminating to where, yes, absolutely, it is exciting and we are winning. But like, you don't have to like doom out on it all the time, Ash.
I'm not dooming out on it.
You kind of are though. You kind of are. Like, the nihilism is like,
I don't trust
Ash
the
is
plan,
right.
but
It's all
trust the plan.
This is all classified stuff that you're talking about here. Stuff that we have no idea. I mean, what happened to MH370?
Did Trump say we're going to be swimming in energy
out of the sky? Do they have that technology?
Did Trump say we're going to be swimming in energy?
Appeal to authority
Yes, he
fallacy
did.
on
He did.
Trump. You're still not answering the question about open source.
What about open source specifically?
Can you you started the assertion with all my stuff's open source, I can verify it. Then you said a whole bunch of stuff about the military, and now like, how can you open source verify all these classified technologies you're talking about?
Well, obviously some of the classified technologies are not open source. So what exactly are you saying?
Well, I'm saying that you can't have trust the plan, but I'm not trusting the plan because I can verify everything. Who here understands the Q plan? Who actually understands the trust the plan Q plan of all the things the Q team is doing? Show of hands. Thanks.
On one hand, you're like, fuck the government. And then on the other hand, you're like, I totally trust whatever they're doing now behind closed doors.
Well, I mean, look, the entire plan was to replace the monetary system, okay? Our entire life, we have been subject to central bank tyranny, wars starting out of nowhere, biolabs starting out of nowhere. I'm sorry to say, but everything like reverts back to the monetary system. And yes, the Q plan was a plan to first subdue the media and break that up. But the ultimate plan from Q's perspective, in my opinion, was to replace the financial system so that this doesn't ever happen again, because you can't arrest a bunch of people, trust the plan, and then not replace the financial system. They fundamentally do not work if they're not together.
Agreed.
And so, like, yes, there is a plan, and yes, it's working. Now, do I know all the details? Hell no, I don't know all the details. But I can see like the framework of like what's happening out there, and the plan is absolutely obvious to those that can see it.
I just figured out our fundamental disconnect.
Wow. Let's do it.
I don't think it all goes back to the monetary system. I think all of those things go back to human nature. They go back to human nature, and a new monetary system is not going to solve human nature.
You know what's funny about that is she doesn't realize that the fiat system has disrupted our human nature, and we don't even know what our human nature is because of the monetary system that we keep feeding. What do you mean what?
You don't know what human nature is? There is nothing new under the sun. You can go back through history. You can look at all of the conflicts. You can understand the core principles of human nature, because it doesn't change.
Really?
No matter what technology you use
remember
for
back
money.
in the day, all these transvestites and dudes cutting their dicks off. Did that happen in the past? Or was it like mentally ingrained in our kids and stuff? So we're being like manipulated by the media that we fund, right? We're being manipulated by big pharma and institutions, which we fund directly. And so, yes, they are disrupting human nature.
So people are no longer going to seek power and try to pervert systems to seek power because we have the right technology.
No, people are going to do that, absolutely, but in a natural way, a way that is voluntary, and a way that people can choose how that's done. Right now, we don't get to choose, right? Why is Trump stripping Harvard of all their funding? Why is Trump stripping NPR of all their funding? Because it's all bullshit. It's all propaganda. It's literally all meant to enslave you and change your nature, like in a sense, right? Like, some women are, you know, a little bit too masculine. Maybe that's part of the problem too, right? Like, we've created, no, look. The natural way of things, okay, right? Let's talk about this. We've forced the women to like probably take on too much manly responsibilities, whether that's providing for the family or this and that other stuff. So our nature has been disrupted. The sexes have been disrupted to where women have been forced to work because they have to pay taxes to support all this bullshit we want to pay for, and like breaking down the family, right? Like, before, women didn't have to work. Right. But what happened, right? They needed more workers, they needed more taxes, they needed more slaves. And so they disrupted everything. Absolutely. And that's part of all of how this has been disrupted. And so the financial system brings order back to chaos, right? We are living in chaotic times because of a fake financial system that has disrupted all of our minds to where we don't even know like what sex we are, you know? And so bringing order back to natural law is the fundamental problem, because we don't understand our energy.
Can we bring order back to this panel, please?
No, absolutely
Are
not.
you uncomfortable, John?
No, you guys had a full hour yesterday and you couldn't hash it out. Let's do closing thoughts. You guys got 10 minutes left.
Okay, I'll go first.
No, let Brian go first.
Well, I mean, I made my point. You know, this panel was supposed to be about, you know, getting back to state sovereignty. And I think that the administration, as we're seeing it right now through the efforts of DOGE, you know, pulling back and going to war over the APA, the Administrative Procedures Act, is a massive step in that direction. And I'm very confident that as long as we get the expose on elections that has been slowly coming out and will continue to come out, I think we are going to move back to the point where the federal government no longer has the ability to manipulate states through withholding of funds and you know, be able to manipulate how our children are educated, to be able to manipulate how we're able to plant trees in the ground and grow things. And I can't wait for it, but I think we're moving in that direction. So that's my closing. You're gonna leave them two to go back to back?
Oh no, I mean, I would never.
Maybe we do G and then Chris.
So if you give all of your power, if you just give me all of your power, choose my system, I will solve human nature for your safety, is the promise of every tyrannical regime in the history And it's the same promise that we're facing now. Giving it back to you, the people, is not a technology-based assertion. There's technology involved in those solutions, but it is a fundamental sovereignty assertion that we're giving the power back to you, the people, to decide. I'm here for that. I'm here for the new technologies. I love the way that some of these technologies are going. I think they're very cool. I think we have an incredible future ahead of us. I want us to be thoughtful and understand it and make intentional decisions so we don't end up enslaved by technology. Think about how we already are enslaved by technology, how we are dependent upon technology, and how we have zero, to Brian's point, we have zero ownership rights to our data. It's the Wild West of our data, and nobody even, some people do. Most people don't even understand that problem statement or understand why their data is important. It's accepted that all of our data can be housed in the data centers of 4 companies, and it's no big deal, and it's no, it's all just raw data. It doesn't mean anything, doesn't have any value, right? No, it's intimate profiles of every single aspect of our lives and our communications and our relationships and our destinations and everything associated with it. I'm not anti-change, very pro-change actually. I'm not anti-Brave New World. The book I'm not bullish on, but the promises that we're talking about with new technologies, I'm here for it. But being an observer is not self-governance. You have to be involved. And I think that is what, what truly matters is whether our government is not whether our government is, which party controls our government, but whether our government is controlled by the people. We have to take it. We have to be active participants in it. There still will be civics, and hopefully we'll make it great again. Thanks.
When we're talking about giving the power back to the people, I think that we need to look, understanding that we are kind of under the sway of all of these various inversions that have been indoctrinated into us over the years. And I think that one of the most important ones is the constant, perpetual, 24/7 focus on the political dramas playing out within the federal government. That's not how it was. If the people are delegating their authority to their representatives at the state level, and the states are making decisions about how their personal lives are going to be operated, and they're electing people to go to the federal government, and those people are representing their interests, then the people are exerting direct authority on the federal government, and it's not the other way around. In that situation, if the representatives were actually accountable to the people they were serving, there wouldn't actually be, theoretically at least, a need for people to spend all of this time focused on what the federal government is doing. And so one of the distortions is already the constant focus on the federal government. And we have to begin to move ourselves away from that and relocalize. And General Michael Flynn talks all the time about local action has a national impact. That's how that chain works. And it can't work the other way. We can't get our solutions from the federal government and expect that our power is just going to be returned to us. We don't even know how our power could be exerted if it was returned to us at this point, because we're not prepared or knowledgeable or focused on how to do it at the local level. And I'm not saying I'm good at this, okay? So I'm part of the problem. But I think that we are in that phase, and maybe, G mentioned the birthday, the American birthday, that's starting in the middle of June, and it's going to go for a year. And I think by that point, I think that in my mind, that's the end of kind of this phase and the beginning of whatever the next phase is. And so I'm content to give it a couple of more months to see where we're going. But after that point, I think we really need to just relocalize and center in on what's going on our local level, how we are looking after ourselves, our families, and our communities, rather than watching this daily soap opera play out on our screens. Because that is what we're doing. We are engaged in an exercise of something akin to gossip, and it's never ending. And until we get past that, I don't think that the people are going to be able to reclaim their power, because the system still has all our energy and all our focus directed at something that A, doesn't matter, B, isn't real, and C, we can't change.
Yeah, look, I mean, the natural order of things have been perverted for a very long time. Okay, and we don't have to, think about that too long to realize what we're living through now that is direct confirmation of that. We all know something is wrong, but a lot of us can't put our fingers on it. And so, to Chris's point, like the law of thermodynamics here is very relevant, because spending your time on things that don't actually improve or help your life is a waste of time. You're wasting your energy. Okay, this is an energy battle, and they are going to distract you. They're going to excite you in all these different areas to distract you from the main problem of owning your own energy and understanding what that is. And the fact of the matter is that once we can fix the baseline of energy distribution, which right now is perverted through pieces of paper with Illuminati symbols on it, we can then, we don't have to fight so hard against these judges and this. Like, the system kind of like the natural order of things actually just fixes itself to some degree. Like, a lot of the shit just absolutely just kind of falls off, because guess what? You're no longer funding, people to come, trainees to come read to kids in classrooms. Guess what? That funding isn't there. And draining the swamp is literally about draining their energy. Okay, because if their unlimited energy source comes from forever money printing and you attack their energy source, guess what? Right? We can defeat the enemy. And so, look, I'm just super positive. I think there's so many ways that we're winning, and I don't think we have to fight so hard in all these little gossip drama battles. Figure out what's important, figure out your energy, figure out your thermodynamics, and then screw the rest of it. You don't have to get worried about it. So that was fun.
Thanks, guys.
Who could have saw that coming? Anyway, so just a reminder, we have the raffle out there. We are going to draw the winner probably tonight during the power hour. Or should we do it tomorrow? Is everybody going to come back tomorrow? Most people? Okay, we'll draw it tomorrow then. We are changing the fund, though. We are going to, instead of donating to Ash's legal fund, we're going to donate to the Ash and G Money Marriage Counseling Fund. This is ridiculous. Also, one more reminder, over here, we're going to have a little meetup for the New England Badlanders. So if you're from the area, come hang out up here, and we're going to introduce everybody to Sue. Where's Sue? There she is. So that's who we're looking for. Stand up, Sue. That's who you're looking for. And then we'll be back here tonight at 10:30 for the power hour live. So you guys are welcome to come watch. And and then we'll see you tomorrow. So thanks, everybody.
All right, everybody. Hold for processing. Okay, there we go. All right, thanks everybody for tuning in for that special, exclusive, premium stream, whatever. That was GART Plymouth. That's just a little taste. We've done the first day, Friday, last month. We did now Saturday. Still a couple hours left. We'll probably do that in July. And then we'll find some other exclusive content to stream. But we'll also be streaming to YouTube and Twitter, so that it's not actually behind a paywall, technically. But yeah, we got to do that to meet the requirements for the Rumble Creator Program. But thank you for tuning in. Hit that thumbs up. And yeah, I'll see you tomorrow morning, or tomorrow afternoon, I guess, technically, on the Daily Herald, 1 p.m. Eastern. And with that, I'm going to get out of here. I don't think I have an outro type video thing, so I'm just going to hit end. Thanks, guys.